per provar... Ara sí, estan engegats. Bon dia a tothom, buenos días.
A very warm welcome to our translating staff. Translating staff welcomes you, greets you, and I see some familiar faces back there. We're happy to be here.
What is the common working language? So I don't know if I have to use the English, the French, or whatever. But I will make a very short welcome speech in English, maybe, and then I will switch off to the Catalan language, because given the fact that we are in Catalonia and that we have the opportunity of using our own language, I think that we'll take advantage of the interpretation booths and we use the Catalan. So first of all, thank you very much for all of you who are coming from other countries, from other places. With many of you, we know through, let's say, through online communications, with some in personal ways. It's always a pleasure to have you in Barcelona in order to have, let's say, a new attempt, a new opportunity of joining efforts, of joining forces in order to address the global challenges. Alors, soyez bienvenus. Je sais qu'il y a des amis québécois. Il y a des amis un peu de tout le monde. Buenos.
And I would like to welcome people from Quebec. I would like to welcome
de Centroamérica, de América del Sur.
Different countries from Latin America, South America, Central America. Welcome in Basque to our Basque friends. Bos dias to our Portuguese friends and our Galician friends. We do have some Galicians, don't we? Yes. And so, in any event, with your permission, I will switch to Catalan, as we do have the possibility, if you do not understand Catalan, to use the translation equipment. I'll give you a moment to set up your headphones, but in any event, I always have the easy part, not only to give you a warm welcome, but to open the session. We've been working with Jordi for many years. We've known each other for many years. And one of the great obsessions that we share is this need, the need to understand that the major global challenges that we face require great alliances. That is what this forum is about, this Catalonia Progressive Forum. It's about building a network. It's about building alliances. It's about solving global problems. But this is just an introduction, obviously, because the panel that follows will delve much further into these matters. But I thought it would be useful just to give some meaning to this meeting, to set the framework of three major challenges. The first one is a negative, but it is an important indicator. There's a great danger that we face, not just in Catalonia, Spain, or Europe. It's worldwide. And that is the challenge of the rise of the far right. The starting point of many of our concerns is a symptom. That is the rise of the far right around the world. From a political and institutional standpoint, and even more worrisome, an intellectual one. From a conceptual standpoint, these principles, ideas, and attitudes that had been reduced up until now to a small political space that we had properly identified and situated, the far right, and that was somewhat marginal in many countries. Today, that is no longer the case. Today, we are recovering, unfortunately, a few episodes that we appear to have overcome for years or decades now. And this translates into parliamentary representation, in some cases on a significant scale and a growing scale, and in other cases, a permeability of discourses, ideologies, political spaces that also affect, and if you would allow me to say it so categorically, certain left-wing groups that believe in or assimilate certain principles and tenets that from a progressive standpoint, from a left-wing Republican standpoint, are absolutely inadmissible. Therefore, we have a severe and worrisome symptom. Facing this, there are two therapies, two proposals. One is a structural one. If we face fascism, the response is democracy, in the broadest possible sense, in the militant sense, in the committed sense of the word. Grassroots democracy means activism, presence in institutions, and that presence must have a will to work for the common good, to work in the name of public service, of collective interest. Democracy, which in each space has its local interpretation, but it also has a global dimension, global governance. Those of us who form part of the European Union know that one of the major challenges that we face in the EU is to strengthen, wherever possible, and improve European governance, European democracy, the political Europe. We already have an economic Europe, that is very clear, but the democratic or political Europe is not so clear, and the institutional Europe is not so clear. And we see this at the institution that, the situation that is still ongoing, the pandemic. But there's another example that is once again a dramatic one, the war in the Ukraine. Here, the lack of a political, democratic, shared outlook, the very essence of the European project, is requiring us to rethink many of the things we're doing. But let me repeat, not even a European logic is enough to face these problems. We need a more planetary approach. And that is the reason why this forum, this space, this meeting will allow us to transcend European borders. Democracy, the response to fascism is democracy. The response to fascism is participation. The response to fascism must be politics. Let me say it clearly. At a time in which politics has suffered an image problem, in large part due to this far right that has contaminated many media spaces and political spaces, speaking against politics. They are reinforcing anti-politics. We need to respond with more politics, reviewing politics, attaching value to politics, defending politics as a tool, as an instrument. This means making a commitment among all of us, not just to governance, which is also important. The institutional politics are essential, but policies, social policies, environmental policies, and justice policies, politics. The response to fascism must be democracy, and democracy requires more and better politics. That is one pillar of this approach. The other, among the major challenges that we face, they are challenges that they're not beyond comprehension, but they cannot be faced from an exclusively local, national, or state or European approach. It's impossible to do this. Climate change cannot be faced locally, exclusively from Barcelona. Barcelona has a lot at stake as a city, as a large city, as a metropolitan area. But Barcelona on its own cannot face climate change, just as Catalonia on its own, or Euskadi, or Galicia, or even entire states, Spain, France, Germany. Whatever state cannot face climate change alone. There is a shared responsibility. When we talked about the global, the sustainable development goals, number 17 is the most important. Either we network, we form alliances, we form complicities at the internal and international level, or we won't be able to face the major challenges that are before us. The energy crisis is just one example of many that reveal the weakness we have at the political, institutional, and democratic levels when it comes to understanding how situations that would have been foreseeable, because it could have been foreseeable, this energy crisis, not just because of the war in the Ukraine, but the impact that certain international vectors would have on the very delicate reality that makes up our energy model. And we have not done this with the agility, pace, and depth necessary. We have not made the structural changes necessary to not be trapped in this spider web of energy dependence on fossil fuels. Changes must be made, but these changes must be made more quickly at a more structural level, and in some cases these changes may be painful, but they are essential if we want to face the future with success. But there's a third component in this debate, which is the cornerstone of everything. And they may help us understand the rise of the far right. It is the fight against inequality. At the end of the day, the entire framework of injustice, be they environmental, be they social, be they democratic, all have a common focal point: the initial inequalities, climate injustice, social injustice, democratic injustice. These are all based on inequality. There cannot be a progressive policy, left-wing policy, Republican policy, or politics if they don't have as their standard the fight against inequality. That must be our starting point. And everything else derives from that. Inequalities do have a local dimension. They have a local dimension, national dimension, and global dimension. Therefore, from the standpoint of a meeting such as this, I am pleased not only to see firsthand how many of you are here, that is a very welcome development, but the quality of our attendees, that's an even better piece of news. But above all, the careers, the track records of those individuals and organizations who are here, because we're not starting from scratch, that is clear. And what we must attach value to is this possibility to face the major global challenges, considering the danger of banalizing politics, simplifying politics, and the consequence of that is the rise of the far right, and at the same time understanding why one day all of us decided that our place, our role, our calling was to serve. By definition, if you allow me, when you form part of a political space on the left wing, it's because you have a calling for service. That's in your DNA. The DNA of a left-wing group, of a progressive group, is to serve society, to serve collective interest. Therefore, work in the service of solving global problems. Therefore, it is a true pleasure to see you all here this morning, to see you face to face after not being able to do so for 2 years for so many different reasons, and to touch and embrace all of our old friends. And now I give the floor to our first panel, which has much to do with what we're talking about: more democracy, better democracy, more information, how to improve the quality of democracies before the disinformation policies. And that is how I will officially open this meeting. And now let's get down to brass tacks with the topic of today's debate. So Sonia, I will now give you the floor as you will help us to build these alliances, these challenges, and all of these solutions that we so urgently need. Thank you very much.
Doncs moltes gràcies, Raúl. Sempre és un plaer.
Thank you for that, Raúl. It's always a pleasure to hear from you. As everyone has seen in the program, our topic for this panel, let me start by introducing our speakers. Diana Riba, the Euro MP for Esquerra Republicana. To my left, Mr. Stephen Berjamoun, the MP from the Bloc Québécois. And then Adam Price is with us, leader of Plaid Cymru, and Christian Allard, Euro MP and now councillor at the Aberdeen Local Council for the Scottish National Party. As we are fortunate enough to have simultaneous translation this morning, I will speak in Catalan, and if anyone has any questions, we can change languages, but I think our common language will be Catalan in my case, and then we will listen to the translation. Thank you for being here. Welcome. It's a privilege to have you with us this morning. A panel of experts such as this. There is no doubt that the greatest difficulty we will face will be to stay on time, as we want to hear as much as we can from you. But I will try to keep time If not, we will accumulate delay over the day, and we have to be careful with that. But let me tell you a bit about how it will work in general. We will ask a general question, which will be answered by each of our panelists. They will have 3 to 4 minutes to answer this general question, and then we will get into some more specific questions, and in the third block, the Q&A or comments from our audience. And if we have more time, we have a few reserve questions, so to speak, but I don't think we will have extra time. And then we will have a coffee break. And the Wi-Fi code is 1407, and our hashtag today is Cat Progressive Forum. So let's start off with our first question. The context is the following. In recent years, we've seen how authoritarian regimes, supposedly democratic regimes, attempt to influence in the media or use new technologies to control information with political goals. Let's analyze how to better care for democratic quality, ensuring the quality of the information that we receive. So the question is as follows. What measures can states and international organizations take to guarantee the freedom of expression and at the same time protect the quality of the information that we receive? That is, to protect on one hand the freedom of expression, but at the same time the quality or veracity of the information. Would you like to begin, Diana?
Això ho he d'encendre o se sent? Se sent. Bueno, molt bon dia a tothom. És un plaer veure-us aquí.
Hello, good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be with you here this morning and to meet some colleagues who we've been sharing time in the European Parliament. So let's go. I want to go straight to the point because time is always we're always short of it. So, as we know, the big challenges we face will never be resolved, find an easy solution. So, in our democratic spaces, what we have to do is prepare a whole set of actions. I will point out a few, but I'm sure that you too will have plenty to contribute. From the European Parliament in this legislature, one of the measures that we are talking about is to approve these anti-slave laws or directives that are so limiting. So, you know, they receive a lot of complaints from big international companies, and it makes life for journalists very difficult. So, and then the powerful are trying to silence this space of free speech, and social activists, among others, have to face this challenge of protecting this space. Of course, there are so many other areas. For example, we have a tendency to take actions to protect the quality of information. And yes, we need the right tools, and we have to place them at the disposal of people so that they know get the right information. So we have to generate these spaces for the citizens. So it's the contrary of what we are doing. We need more plurality and more means, and we have to be able to listen to all the information we want to hear, and we're going in the opposite direction. So I think you will all agree that we need to democratize access of all citizens in this space. And then another is many states have different laws that are damaging this freedom of expression. In the Spanish state, we have a law which is also it's called the Mordaza law. It's literally a clamp, the law that clamps down, and we have that in the Spanish state, which is making life difficult for us. And then we have a case. We have cases all the time. We have these mechanisms that are conditioning us, and we have to achieve, for example, we also have problems achieving European funds. We have the case of Poland, and the European Commission wants to give funds to Poland to a state where they are not following or meeting all the conditions of a state of law. So we have to be strict with the conditions, and we have to apply them with more. We have to be more rigorous. And then we have to establish sanctions at the state level. When states go against fundamental rights, we have to. So am I going beyond my time already? Okay. So I wanted to leave it clear that we need to guarantee freedom of expression through a whole series of fronts we have to work on. Thank you so much. Stefan, I give the floor to you. Thank you very much. Now is when you have to choose the channel for your translation. So thank you to Esquerra Republicana. I'm so happy to be able to talk in the only legal language in Quebec, which is French. We have an ocean, a sea dividing us. But we have what unites us is this concern for democracy. We are facing this whirlwind of disinformation, and in the Bloc Québécois, we have organized debates on freedom of expression. So, at this time, some days ago, precisely, we were talking about this, and we met in Montreal, and now we're talking about the same phenomenon here in Barcelona. What can states do to guarantee freedom of expression while protecting the information? So this is Cornelian. We cannot take for granted that the information is correct. Most of our co-citizens do not enjoy the benefits of democracy. So should we impose limitations without affecting the basics of democracy? This is a problem we have found. After 11th September, there were several mechanisms to fight against terrorism, but which had the effect of limiting our rights. So how far can we go without affecting these freedoms of democracy? Now, we've seen fake news, the pandemic, and before we had an infodemia, we had a kind of endemic, a pandemic, planetary spread of fake news fed by the far right. Now, is this could we think that this is the expression of people who are now being able to express themselves for the first time, or is this so is this the freedom to express oneself freely? This was not possible in societies like ours. We have also seen how a community type of left wing has grown in the United States. And we have wokeism, this which is giving, which is led to a phenomenon that is also limiting our freedom of expression, above all in university spaces. Now, we have studied this in Montreal. What can we do to ensure that our university spaces can be spaces of debate, where they can talk about everything and without being afraid of being questioned? We have seen this rise of authoritarianism again in the case of Russia, China, Saudi Arabia, Iran. And there's this politicization of Islam that is being fostered. And look at the effects of occupying Ottawa. All of that comes from this phenomenon of disinformation. And towards the end of March in Ottawa, I spoke to the Secretary General of the International Idea. It's got its headquarters in Sweden. And we were talking about disinformation and what can states do is what we were talking about to face this phenomenon of disinformation. Mr. Casas Zamora is his name. We were talking about the strategies of disinformation that can that affect 10% of 5 to 10% of the population, and if this could also be could reach 100% of the population in Russia. Now, we have that clear example of Russia and the recent conflict, how they have created a consortium, leaving aside their differences to give the population of the Ukraine very limited information. So can we replicate our solidarity with Ukraine to carry out operations of information in Russia? That would be the type of strategy that Mr. Zamora was proposing. So I am a member of the federal government in Ottawa, and recently we have created a dossier for the Canadian government. And in Canada, they tend to react to cyber attacks, and they isolate the danger of cyber attacks. But there's no joint Western initiative in this sense. So this has been the subject of debate. So irrespective of the type and size of the cyber attack, can it be considered to evoke Article 5 of NATO? I mean, can it be considered an attack against a member of NATO or all of NATO? So this is a subject that is being debated. So Western democracies, our attitude is defensive. Up to what limit could we have a more proactive attitude to face this debate and this phenomenon? In the face of this, the spreading of this phenomenon. Thank you. We will talk about this in the second block of specific questions. Adam, you have the floor.
I'd like to begin just by echoing Raoul's rallying call for us to be militant Democrats, to use that phrase first used by Karl Löwenstein, the German emigre in the 1930s, when we faced, I think, the threat of fascism at the scale that we are facing now. We must become belligerents in the cause of democracy, in a war that we are not certain to win. I don't think it's apocalyptic to say that. We will not win this war against fascism unless we show the same courage in a different context that is being shown by ordinary citizens of Ukraine in the territorial defense forces. I'll just give you one example. 147 members of the parliament of the oldest modern democracy, the United States Congress, refused to certify the lawful victor of an election, with white supremacists launching an armed insurrection egged on by the incumbent president. We heard this week in Congress that when President Trump heard the crowd calling for his vice president, who under the Constitution was the person that could certify or could recommend the certification of the election result to Congress, when he heard the crowd saying the Vice President Pence should be hanged, he said they're right. This is the moment that we're living in. And things can crumble very, very fast. I remember that it's strange in a debate about democracy to quote Lenin, but maybe actually he didn't actually say this, but it's a good quote nevertheless in this context. The quote was, there are decades which go past when nothing happens, and then there are weeks when decades happen. So, things can move very, very fast, and they can move in a very, very negative direction, and I don't need to tell my Catalan sisters and brothers what I'm referring to. So what can we do? And a big part of this is disinformation. 2/3 of Republican supporters now believe that President Trump acted rightly on January the 6th, yeah? Because of the role of disinformation and the infodemic, as we've heard. So what can we do? Well, I think that we have to pass laws in defense of democracy. And I know this is uncomfortable for us because, yes, there is a danger in relation to freedom of expression. But when we're faced with what we are facing now, we have to protect democracy and we have to use the rule of law. So we need statutory laws, not self-policed, giving the Facebook and Twitter the right to decide whether something is disinformation or not. We need to use the power of the democratic state to immediately take down deliberate disinformation by bad actors, whether they're internal or external, autocratic factions within our own societies or externally. In the UK, we were going to have that. We were going to give to our regulator of the media, under a draft law, Ofcom, we were going to give them the power to do this. And now the Conservative government has decided to completely water that down. And I think in the context of the EU, the Digital Services Act, there's a kind of a halfway house at the moment, because the Commission is recommending in a crisis there should be the right automatically with statutory power to intervene directly and tell the social media companies to take down. Why just in a crisis? We are in a crisis. We are in a multiple crisis at the moment. We haven't actually overcome the economic crisis of 2008. We've got multiple crises, the climate change crisis, and democracy itself is in crisis, and therefore that power should exist outside of that. We need civil society to step in as well, the role of universities in providing fact-checking institutes, the possibility as well of building up resilience, so not just stemming the flow and the creation of disinformation, but creating a citizenry that is immune, that is immunized from disinformation. And how do we do that? Through political literacy, through making, teaching about democracy and politics a statutory part, a mandatory part of the curriculum, both in school level, but also at universities. There's a great book out at the moment, What Universities Owe Democracy. Universities, as part of their curriculum, need to be producing good, active, well-informed citizens, because that's the best way that we can defeat the right. And by the way, I don't agree, by the way, that one of the bits of disinformation that is coming out of America at the moment is that the idea that critical race theory, is somehow infecting, people's minds, etc. I completely reject that. And the discussion of wokeism, etc. Just because people of color and women have actually created some ideas to try and restore an imbalance of power, I actually support that. And there have always been debates in any good democratic society about what it should be permissible to say in the context of a decent society. So I don't share that critique of wokeism, so-called. That's an idea that's been promulgated by the alt, the far and the hard right, and it should have no place in a progressive forum like this. But can I just say this finally? We focus on the left on facts, because we present our ideas in very logical ways often, and we think that that's how everyone mind works. But look, facts are important, and actually taking down false facts is very, very important as well. But the reality is, the reason that we are losing the debate is the right understand that politics is also emotion. It's about the heart as well as the mind. And the people that win in a democracy are the ones with the better stories, the most compelling stories. And that is a big part of the challenge for us on the progressive left as well. We have to have the better stories that move people, that emotionally connect with them, that provide meaning by which they can understand the world. So while rightly focusing on disinformation and misinformation, we also have to become better storytellers if we're going to win the battle and save the future of democracy.
Thank you very much. Christian, je t'en prie.
Thank you very much, and I'll do it in English, even if I could do it in French, not in Catalan, of course. I like to follow Mr. Adam Price. I think Adam has been very good explaining that it's not all about our rules, it's not all about our laws, but it's as well how we conduct ourselves. And I think that's very important. I have to say that Catalonia, you teach us a lot about how to conduct ourselves in this difficult time. I had the privilege to represent Scotland in the European Parliament with Diana. And I have to say, it's the first time that I have Diana and Raoul in the same room for me. So it's a bit difficult. But I heard Raoul the first time and the only time here in Barcelona. That was in the eve of the referendum that you had. I was there as an observer, and I was so impressed with the way you went about it. And I'm a bit surprised today. I thought we were going to be all sitting down and having that kind of debate that you had, that Catalonia had just before the referendum. So that engagement that Adam talked about, it's important. How do we relate to what's happening today in the context of media information and disinformation? We have to be careful when we talk about disinformation and the freedom of speech. The populist movement, and we are under attack, there is no question. We are under attack from a right-wing populist movement, which we can say comes from America, came into the UK, and all across. But this is about the changing in technology. You know, disinformation happened before, it's not new, but it's touching now every member of society. With the advance of the internet and how we communicate ourselves. So we need to be a lot more adapt to those things. And, you know, it's easy to criticize our legislator, whether they are at our level, or at UK level, Spanish level, or at European level. But you have to follow up. You're always behind the curve. So that understanding that we have to teach to our children at school of how to react has to be taught as well at political level. We had a lot of debate in the European Parliament about it. There are a lot of debates in every parliament about it. But you have to realize that we are always a step behind because of the advance of technology. So I think there is a lot of positive to take about that, because of course this advance of technology allow us as well to maybe form a lot better and to express a lot better what kind of society we want, what kind of progressive society that we want. And you have to recognize something. It was a right-wing populist movement has been very, very good at using that tool to make sure they can express what kind of society that they want, which is totally opposite of what we want. But we've been very good at it. They've been so good at it that they have managed to convince some people who usually vote for us from progressive left parties. And now they are voting, some of them, for populist right-wing party. There's a big danger for us. There's a big understanding that we have to have of our own voters, or people who followed us, or people we had a sitting with and debate all these things. There's people now, some of them, will have voted for this populist right-wing movement and understand them, understand the lies, because let's not call disinformation, they are lies, outright lies. And these outright lies, we need really to engage them the best way we know about it, progressive way. You know, I will quote one of the president, American president that we maybe prefer, who say, when they go low, we go high. So it's very important that we understand this, that in that debate, we don't only debunk the lies that the right-wing and a populist movement are using in the media, but we go high. We go high in our law, in our legislation, and we go high in how we conduct ourselves and how we show our vision for a better future, for a progressive and socialist future. So I would engage everybody to think about that. Don't think only about what the others are doing, how now we can attack them, but how we conduct ourselves. And now we can maybe reconcile ourselves with that part of democracy who maybe had enough. And we've seen it in the UK, a lot of them voted for Brexit. Maybe more in Wales than in Scotland, but a lot of them voted for Brexit. And another example, Donald Trump, if there were only white people in America, Donald Trump today would be the president of the United States. So all these things are there. Let's engage the population. Let's make sure we have these debates, whatever we are sitting in a comfortable chairs or on the floor. But we need to keep on engaging, and we need to tell our vision of what kind of future we want.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much. Doncs moltes gràcies per aquest primer bloc.
Thanks to all for this first block, these first thoughts, which have been very interesting. And now we can speak a bit further too in the second block of specific questions. We will go back to you, Diana. Let me ask you about Legislab. In one of the areas where we see the most democratic damage is in the right to information. The slubs are being referred to here. Strategic law suites against public participation. Here, they could be termed lawsuits against public participation. You're working on this, Diana. And could you tell us a bit more about what these SLAP are? Personally, up to today, I had never heard of them before. Yes, with pleasure. When I joined the European Parliament, the Committee of Rights and Freedoms, they told me there's a very interesting report on slabs. I think it's the least intuitive name that we have. But we have to explain what these acronyms mean. We have to tell more about what it means than what we want to do. So that's a problem. I've tried to give it a different title. I have colleagues who have been working on it as well. And even at the European level, we've tried to give it a different, more intuitive name, and we haven't been able to find one. And we think that SLAPS will be a beautiful name for this new directive that we are now preparing. At the end of the day, SLAPS are a process that the major power players in society have. They could be large corporations, they could be governments. These are actions that are taken, that they take to attack any opposition that is a nuisance to them. Traditionally, this has been, for example, journalists, an investigative journalist looking into tax fraud begins to receive lawsuits to stop their journalistic activity. It's nothing new. Many years now, for many years, the powers of society have used this sort of lawfare to combat those elements of society that bother them. But now it's time that we identify them. Until we've had this term and we haven't been able to properly identify them, we will not find a solution. But we have given them the name of SLABs, and we're beginning to define targets and solutions to put an end to this practice. These SLABs could also be portrayed as a David versus Goliath metaphor. They are unfounded, exaggerated, legal complaints to intimidate the organizations or people that they are aimed against and stop them this way. It's true that they were focused a great deal on journalists. This was something that was done specifically against journalists, but now we're seeing more and more of a broader target. And they're not just targeting journalists, but now political opposition figures, activists, civil society figures who criticize these powers, anyone who conveys a powerful message that may be uncomfortable to the powers that be. The goal is not to win the lawsuit. When these powerful organizations begin to file lawsuits against journalists and others, they don't really want to win the lawsuit. They want to bankrupt them. They want them to stop their investigation. They want them to lose the focus of their activity, the investigation, and devote all their activity to their legal defense. Therefore, these lawsuits are not being filed to be won. They're being filed to destroy the other party, personally, professionally. And in Europe, we have cases that are very well known and that we've spoken about a great deal. The case of Daphne Caruana, who was assassinated as part of this whole process. In Malta in 2017, Jan Kuciak and his fiancée, Martina Kozmirova, in Slovakia in 2018. These cases that ended up in the death of these three journalists, that was the first sign of alarm that got the European organizations to get down to work to put an end to this. The case of Daphne Caruana Galicia, and we continue to refer to this case as a paradigm, one of the most flagrant cases that we've had. When she was killed, she had 47 pending lawsuits against her. SLAPs also have another trait, and that is that as lawsuits are filed for defamation, that is, a corporation says, this news item has been published in France, Switzerland, and Germany, and Spain on the case that you're investigating. I am going to file a suit against you in each of those countries. At the time that she died, Daphne Caruana had 47 suits filed against her because they had all been filed in different member states of the European Union. As you can imagine, how this complicates the defense of a person and their ability to defend themselves this way. And so this activity is part of it. That is, they choose where to file the suit to make it as expensive as possible for the defendant and so forth. And another characteristic of SLAPs is that often these lawsuits are inherited. That is to say that the children, the heirs of Daphne Caruana, have inherited the lawsuits, which complicates the situation. But not only that, but is a warning to future journalists who will not even begin to investigate something because they're not just putting their own professional career at stake, it's the entire future of their family. In Spain, there's a case, that of Manuel Garcia. He is a farmer, an ecologist. He is from Galicia. He began to speak out against an activity of the Corin Group. Corin Group is a large meat group of Galicia, and he decried their activities that polluted the aquifers of his area. He's an ecological farmer. I'm sure some of you here know him. And he received a multi-million euro compensation for denouncing these things in the media, the pollution of these aquifers. That was one case, a clear case of SLAPs. How am I on time? Well, you're doing fine because we have 10 minutes. You have 3 left. Okay, so not too many, but I can still continue. These are the cases of environmentalists and journalists of that nature. But I don't need to be more specific. You can think of political oppositors. You can think of things, many other scenarios in which these SLAPs are taking place that we receive, and I myself receive notifications that we're being sued to stop our journalistic or political activity. There is no member state that has any regulation against SLAPs, and there are only 3 in the entire world. 3 countries: the US, Australia, and I'm missing one, Canada. The only 3 in the entire world that have some kind of legislation against these SLAPs. So the European Parliament, this legislature, we face this very important challenge. At the beginning of this legislature, the European Parliament published a report, not a directive, but a report, but to begin the activity to prepare a directive against SLAPs. Civil society has been very active in this regard, very active and very coordinated. Even before we began writing our report, the civil society brought us a directive, written as a directive. That is, they did our homework for us. They said, this is what we would like the directive to include. And so we are working hand in hand with the civil society. The European Commission has already proposed, made an initial proposal, and we are thinking of the content for the directive over the next few months, and we hope that in this legislature we will have the directive ready. And there's a second part to the story. If you are working near European institutions, you know this. That is that we do not have competencies for everything. Therefore, this directive, what we do know is that it will require, for its implementation, these cross-border cases that we have, it will affect them, perhaps not the specific personal cases, but there will also be a recommendation. On one hand, you have the directive, and then you have a recommendation. So we're very happy about this first step, and we will continue to work to make this as ambitious and holistic as possible as a directive. Working to stop. Can I say one more thing? No, I wanted to ask you a brief question. May we see results in specific measures? Well, as you know, we hope that the trilogues will go very well. In this directive, there's a great consensus among the parties and European institutions, and so I think something very serious would have to happen for this to not progress. But soon we will know how many member states have to transpose this into law. And when we speak of directives and laws, it's usually a 5-year term maximum. It's not a matter of months, but we hope that we can work within that time frame. It is a starting point. When we begin with this directive, we hope to progress even more over the next legislatures. One final remark, a recent case, the United States is now beginning to see cases of slaps, or women are being attacked with slaps. Women are filing these sorts of lawsuits against feminists or people who have filed sexual harassment complaints, and they are receiving this sort of lawsuits from those who have harassed and abused them. I think that we are very close to that situation here in Europe, as organizations that we've seen here, Pamela Palenciano, that monologue that she gave in Madrid, not only the blows hurt, we've seen how the male gender violence victim association has sued her, and so the very victims of sexual violence and male sexist violence are beginning to receive these lawsuits. Although they are the victims, they're receiving them from those who have abused or harassed them. Thank you for that, Diana. And now we will move on to Stefan. And the question for you is, the closure of pro-Russian media organizations following the beginning of the war in the Ukraine, the Canadian government warned its citizens of the threat represented by the misinformation for the security of the country. And so Canadian Radio and TV and the Communications Commission decided to close the broadcasts of Russian-controlled organizations such as Russian Today and Russian Today France in Quebec and the entire Canadian territory. So my question is, what is your opinion on the closure of these media outlets? Do you think that the information broadcast by Russia through these outlets could have affected the perception of citizens of the situation?
Thank you. Yes, another channel was closed in Canada. They were contracted by Russia. And this is not easy. How can we hope to be a democratic state and at the same time close these broadcasting stations? Now, this is the same debate that we consider when we talk about social networks. They have opened an extraordinary space of debate, but they also leave a lot of space open for disinformation and anonymous, very damaging anonymous attacks. So what can the state do to protect the spaces from this misuse and abuse? So in Canada, the telecommunication department has dealt with this to decide if when they had to decide about closing these Russian channels. And I think that we have we have used a study that talked about the consequences in the short and long term of this that were identified by this. So the first is that it undermines the trust of people in journalism, and it creates fractures and increases division and reduces social cohesion, and it promotes economic interests, geopolitical interests of hostile countries. So this report talks about this phenomenon of disinformation, and the CRTC took the decision to close these Russian media on the basis of this. And we know that the other channels also acted similarly, like Tele 5, TV 5 channel, even Radio Canada, which always was proud to be an independent voice in Canada, and it's radio, television of the country, but not of the government. But it was closed by the CRTC. And so we have to, in the face of our duty to inform people in Russia, well, Russia has increased its control and has closed external sources of information that could provide fairer and more balanced information to the population. I think it is necessary to have this type of debate on the impact of social networks and preserving this valuable space we have, but of course limiting these excesses. Thank you very much. And now, sorry. Sorry, Adam, I'm coming. I'll get to you. I'm sorry, I do have more questions in this block. So what policies does the Quebec government adopt to guarantee quality and impartiality of information? Are they sufficient? Well, there are two elements here. We have to talk about the constitutional aspect in Canada. I don't know how this kind of residual power that makes so you know, when the Constitution was adopted in Canada in the 19th century, I think he said, whatever was developed after the Constitution, you know, telecommunications, etc., all of this is based on the jurisdiction of the federal government. And of course, this has an effect on in Quebec, because education and culture are essential tools to guarantee their survival on the national level. And of course, it's the federal government that is controlling everything. So that's a big problem for us. And this does not prevent the government from intervening. I talked about wokeism in North America without personally expressing the disadvantages. But I think it's interesting to hear that it was not opportune to talk about the incidence of wokeism and on the freedom of expression in Canada, where professors were questioned for using the term in their classes. The government of Quebec has created a commission on academic freedom, which has led to a draft law that was adopted a few weeks ago. Because there have been several events and incidents caused by it. But if the control of telecommunication the government of Quebec does what it can, and it wants greater control over telecommunication, given the importance of this sector for cultural dissemination. So the government of Quebec is also trying to preserve the spaces of debate that enable us to ensure that we continue to have a democratic society. So this question, my next question then, I would say that I have a small example. I had never imagined that the center of the federal capital would be occupied for such a long time. And this is thanks to the social networks. Now, we have all heard talk about parties that, of parties, teenage parties, we know how rumors spread. There was a party in so-and-so's house, and then we find a lot of people kind of, you have a flash mob created, and so there have been images, some years ago, was it, of truck drivers who were protesting against the health measures imposed on the borders with the United States, because there's this important trade into $2 billion on a daily basis. And it's all via land. And the truckers protested in Ottawa against these health measures because they said that it affected the flow of traffic between the two countries. Now, all of that has, fed the social networks, and of course, and then this led to the total paralysis of the federal capital for weeks. So this is here we see a kind of radicalization of sectors of social society. In the United States, they talk about the rise of the far right. We saw this with the influence that Donald Trump continues to exert on the U.S. as well as Canadian politics. Because the capital, the paralyzation of the center of Ottawa was financed by right-wing American movements. So we have seen this, of course, encouraged by Russia, and there's so much contradiction here, but we saw how the leaders of the right in democratic countries find this, when they talk, then they start talking about Putin and leaders. We have leaders in Hungary and in Brazil, Bolsonaro. So in they find certain right-wing leaders very attractive. Okay, so. And now I would like to ask the specific question to Adam. You have 10 minutes, 3 questions, 3 minutes per question. This concerns Cambridge Analytics. The UK some years ago saw how Cambridge Analytica collected data on citizens through the social networks to use them in the Brexit campaign. Now, this company also took part in India, Australia, Malta, even Mexico. So after that scandal in 2018, they had to close. So my question, what initiatives have been taken in Wales, Scotland, etc., after the scandal of Cambridge Analytics?
Actually, very, very little has happened, other than in Scotland. So that's well done to the Scottish SNP government. In Scotland, they at the last election to the Scottish Parliament, they did have regulation of online political advertising for the first time. So we've always had regulation of campaign literature, so you have to let people know who's paid for it. That now exists in Scotland for online advertising as well. Yeah, but across the rest of the UK and also in Wales, the agenda has stalled despite the considerable debate following the Cambridge Analytica phenomenon. The Electoral Commission, the independent body that regulates elections in the UK, wants us to go further, and indeed he wants even broader powers than is currently available in Scotland, I think, to regulate online advertising. So that's one aspect of the Cambridge Analytica event. The other one is to do with micro-targeting, so political micro-targeting of individuals using their data. We have in the UK, as across Europe, the GDPR regulation, which protects people's data, is in place and is enacted. But political micro-targeting is still going on, despite the Cambridge Analytica phenomenon. And there are certain things which is clearly illegal to do, so using people's sensitive information for political purposes without their consent is illegal. But actually drawing together data which is held by companies, marketing companies, about individuals, and using that then to package targeted political messaging, that's certainly a grey area still. And it's left to political parties to decide whether they're going to use that or not.
Thanks. La següent pregunta seria, fins a quin punt va afectar la campanya del Brexit?
The next question, what impact has... I'm sorry, could you repeat the question? Adam, could you tell her to repeat the question? Or did you get it?
So the question is, what impact did Cambridge Analytica have on the Brexit result? The truth is here that I think it actually had limited impact directly. So the Information Commissioner, the independent regulator of privacy and data, conducted a very extensive analysis of the effect of Cambridge Analytica itself, and they found that it had very little effect. Cambridge Analytica weren't used by the Brexit campaigns. They tried, they pitched. I've only got 3 minutes, but to give you a little bit of a background, Cambridge Analytica were founded by a right-wing Republican donor, Robert Mercer, after the Obama campaign in 2012, because they felt people on the right felt that the left was winning the digital kind of campaigning, revolution. And essentially what they said they could do was use data about people to create a psychological profile of people's kind of basic kind of attitudes to things like openness to new experiences, extroversion, etc. And that could allow you then to manipulate those people by preventing information which was almost kind of like focused, targeted at them as an individual and kind of hitting their buttons, yeah? The evidence, whether that actually works is kind of quite weak, to be honest with you, at that level. But that's what they said they could do. They did work on the Ted Cruz campaign in America, but they didn't actually work for the Brexit campaigns. But, and here's the but, the Brexit campaigns did purchase data from another company, which actually, I don't know whether they still exist, a company called AIQ, I think. Some people from Cambridge Analytica, worked for that. They work in the same field, work for that company. And at some level, the same techniques were used. So kind of micro-targeting, political micro-targeting, we want to kind of aim our message at these particular groups of people. And what they did do illegally, the Leave campaign, is when they hit the limit, the spending limit for political advertising, what they did is they created subsidiary companies, yeah? So the subsidiary company, well, it wasn't even a subsidiary, it was like a separate company, a shadow company, in order to bring the spending below the limit. And they bought lots of Facebook ads by doing that, using not Cambridge Analytica's work, but this other company to try and target, 50-year-old male former industrial workers, former Labour voters, in the north of England, say, because we think that they would be angry about the system. So give us 1 million Facebook ads just targeted at them with the messages that we think. Well, you can imagine that if it was done effectively, that kind of approach could actually have an impact. So Cambridge Analytica, no, but maybe this general toolbox probably was a factor.
Thanks. Última pregunta.
One last question. As political parties, what lessons can we learn and what measures can we carry out to make sure that our data is not misused?
Well, I think there's a very clear answer to that provided by the European Information and Privacy Commissioner, who is calling for a complete ban on political micro-targeting. And rather than what is currently proposed by the Commission across Europe, which is that only a ban on the use of sensitive characteristics. So, for example, one's misuse of one's sexuality or personal private information gained without your consent would be illegal under the Commission's proposal. But saying, as I just said, over 50 industrial workers in the north of England who are former Labour voters, that would be legal under the Commission. Well, I think that we should ban all political micro-targeting because it's impossible. Part of being a democracy is having a shared conversation, and if political parties are kind of just having manipulated conversations or closed conversations with individuals, even small groups, etc., then it's very, very difficult to sustain democracy. So I think, how are you able to prevent, to ensure that information, well, that information isn't gathered with the consent. What the Commission is arguing is you don't need the consent, but you must tell the person, or you're getting this message because you're a pregnant woman under 30, and we're targeting you. Well, I think that we should do, as the Information Commissioner in the EU was saying, and ban it completely, and then it's absolutely clear that political micro-targeting is always prone to abuse of people's data, but also that kind of psychological manipulation, which is never a legitimate or healthy tool for a political party to use.
Thank you very much. Moltes gràcies. Anirem amb la última pregunta.
Now move on to our final specific question, and very specific in this case, for a Christian, because it will allow us to open another matter. Why can a Frenchman such as you interfere in Scottish politics?
Point. Why is it important? It's not important for me, but it's important for all of us. Because I met some people yesterday who told me they were born somewhere else, but they were educated somewhere else. They moved from one country to another one. And that was only, the elite who used to do that centuries ago. Now everybody's doing this. So it's so important that we take democracy for the people who live here. It doesn't matter how long they live there. It doesn't matter what kind of passport they have. I did that in the Scottish Parliament when I was a member of the Scottish Parliament, and it was forbidden because you were not supposed to use prop. That's my prop. That's the only passport that I have, and it's a French passport. And with this French passport in Scotland, I could be elected to the national parliament, the Scottish Parliament. I could be elected in the European Parliament to represent the one and only country, Scotland. I am today a local councillor in the city of Aberdeen, again with a French passport. So that's important to discover that democracy is in the 21st century. We have to move on. We have to understand the people we represent and who we are. So how do we do this? How do we transfer? I said earlier on, when they go low, you go high. But you've seen them going low. You see them targeting people, like Adam Price just said, white middle-aged men, and telling them that, the problem is your job, that these immigrants are taking your jobs. And that was the result of Brexit. That's happening with Donald Trump. That's happening with in a lot of places. So how do you do this? What can you do to make a progressive left agenda and a policy and legislation to attract this? Right, we had our local election this year, and in Glasgow, maybe the biggest city in Scotland, Edinburgh will have to say something about that. In Glasgow, we had Rosa Sally had just been elected. She's been elected in Glasgow Council. She was an asylum seeker who became a refugee. She fought so hard, the Home Office, the UK government, to make sure that her and her school friends could stay in Scotland and not being deported. So she became engaged. And because of a new legislation we brought to the Scottish government, the Scottish Parliament, now people like Rosa Sally, without British citizenship, just like myself, not only can vote, but they can be elected. So now we have democratically elected a refugee, Rosa Sally, coming from southern Kurdistan. So a Kurd, a young Kurd who came from Kurdistan, asylum seekers, refugees, who's now elected. It's what our movement have to be, progressive and socialist. And when they go low, we have to go high. So not only to react, and it's important to react, but we need to find ideas to the vision I was talking about of what kind of society we want. We have to put it in practice. We have to make it visible, that people see that our words and our talk match our walk. And we have to do this. And we passed that legislations. And I was a bit disappointed because I pushed it very hard with my party to include asylum seekers. I lost that debate because, of course, asylum seekers haven't got the right of residency. But we have refugees and everybody, wherever they live. How long they've been in Scotland is irrelevant. They have the right to vote. They can decide not to take it, and you'll be surprised. A lot of people don't want to take it. Why? Because not everybody is in the 21st century yet. So people are a bit reticent to say, should I vote? Does it concern me? And you have to reassure them. You have to tell them, yes, it does. You live here. You're part of our community. You have to decide what the future is. So when we talk in this debate about foreign interference, and I repeated that at the European Parliament, foreign interference doesn't mean foreigners coming in your country, taking your job, or taking your position in a parliament. But it's foreign interference of states, of movement, who come and make civic society a lot more different of what you want to be, and definitely not in our vision of what we want to see. And I want to talk about foreign interference in another views of what we heard earlier. We heard about the occupation of Ottawa and how the financing of the right made that happening, moving from America to Canada. We've seen that as well in Britain, a lot of the money coming from America to Britain, and the right, the extreme right, using where we were in advance. Obama absolutely was very much a digital campaign. So we were in the left very much in advance, and we lost because of the money. But it's something a lot more worrying. It's not only immigrants, it's not only refugees, but it's women. There is now an attack on women. We've seen, and I remember seeing that in America, the protest in front of abortion clinics. I'm thinking in my head, never will it come to the UK. Never it will come to Scotland. Oh, wrong was I. Now we have. Our Scottish Parliament is trying to put legislation for buffer zones to say to people, you have the right to protest, but you're not the right to stop women going into the legal way into an abortion clinic. And we tell them, if you want to protest, go to protest in front of the Scottish Parliament, where this decision are taken. Why, your right to protest, your right to free speech have not to be influenced that way. And it's coming from America with a lot of money, with a lot of campaigning. It's not something you just appear from nowhere. These people have been influenced, have been financed to go into abortion clinics, in front of abortion clinics in Scotland, and to protest against the right of women. So remember this. We're trying to do this in Scotland. I would encourage you all to do the same. That idea of reacting, it's important, and we are doing that, we are reacting. But we start to think in our movement, in the Scottish National Party, in the SNP, look at our laws on abortion. Maybe they are fine, but let's make them better. When we go low, we go high. So we are trying to design and to see how we can have abortion laws which are really fit for the 21st century. So I would say this, do not only react. Make sure that that vision of what society we want to have, you keep on that journey. Don't stop. And I know that we all took a step back when Donald Trump, when Brexit happened, when we lost our referendums, and I can say that because we lost it in Scotland and in Catalonia. You won it, but unfortunately you lost the argument afterwards. It's a step back. Let's make sure that tomorrow we're going to a step forward and 2 steps forwards. And we have to do that as a society. So I would encourage you to find these ideas, to move in the direction that we need to move.
Thank you. Moltes gràcies.
Thank you very much. Very well. Thank you to our 4 panelists. Now we move on to the 3rd block. We'll take some questions and remarks from our audience. If you would raise your hand, Jan will come with the microphone so you can ask your question or make your remark. Okay.
Bé, funciona, se'm sent?
Good morning, and thanks to one and all for your remarks. Very clarifying, very educational. Let me make a remark and ask a question. Mariano Rajoy, former president of the Spanish government from the Partido Popular, he chose 50 to 60% of his ministers from state civil servants, but he also began to govern doing things against what he had promised during the campaign. What can be done to fight against the disinformation that is perpetrated during electoral campaigns?
Okay.
Did everyone hear the translation?
Està traduït? Vale. Ok, perdó. Doncs qui vol contestar?
And against disinformation during electoral campaigns, election campaigns. I think that more than a case of election disinformation or misinformation, it's just a matter of non-compliance with one's electoral program or platform. What we should do is require our elected officials to comply with their own programs, because that's what the voters voted for. And if that doesn't happen, then don't vote for them again. So I think it's a matter of not fulfilling one's electoral or campaign promises. It's more that than misinformation. But there is also a misinformation issue in campaigns. We know that there are election campaigns full of fake news, full of misinformation. This has happened in Catalonia. We've had this with, as I said to my colleagues, in clearly far-right campaigns using misinformation to win the campaigns. Another matter is whether it's part of the electoral program. I think we need to be faster. We need to be faster because there are mechanisms to report, to denounce clear cases of misinformation during a campaign, but perhaps we're not fast enough to stop them during the campaign. We run out of time and the campaign is already over oftentimes, so they've put out that false information and it's too late. But I think above all I'd say this: we need to be faster in cases of misinformation, but I would separate that from one's electoral program. That's something that all parties and elected officials should be a bit more rigorous about. Perhaps you're not familiar with Mariano Rajoy here in Spain, but not keeping one's word after one is elected. Maybe you could speak to that.
Je ne croyais jamais devoir faire ça dans un forum international.
Let me say very briefly, I'd never thought I would say this in an international forum, but to paraphrase Winston Churchill, democracy is the least bad of all systems. Democracy with all its limitations, and one of those is clearly alive and well in the British Parliament. It has a parliamentary monarchy for 4 years. That is when the government is elected. A lot of power is concentrated in the hands of the Prime Minister, and the solution is to dismiss him in the next elections. But very little can be done. That's not a catastrophe either. Anyway, even though the system is not perfect, it can be improved. When I was in the Quebec government, we wanted to have an independent authority that could validate the figures, the statistics that would explain political transformations. You have to enact systems like that and mechanisms like that to ensure that what politicians and their parties say during the campaigns be minimally believable, preventing misinformation. But not only that, keeping them from manipulating people and people's ignorance of certain details about how the state operates. In our democracies, we need these kinds of mechanisms to keep election campaigns fair as transparent as possible.
To this point? Comme vous voulez.
Thinking about Boris Johnson, you give us Mariano Rajoy, I give you Boris Johnson, and take thank God there are other choices. We live in a post-truth era in politics because of these men, and they are mostly men. And it goes back even further than that, Tony Blair and the war in Iraq, and the lies that were told there to support the policy. And this has fed anti-politics. The fact that we have political leaders who think it's okay to deceive the public lead then to the public no longer having faith in democracy. And should we be surprised? So this is at the heart of the theme. And we do need a response to it. And yes, we hope that the people would throw the lying bastards out, as the Australians would say. But, when they can manipulate the media, etc., and social media, then it doesn't always flow. So I actually introduced, when I was a Westminster Member of Parliament, I introduced an act to make political lying illegal, a criminal offence. I didn't have many supporters for it then, but actually, since then, it has garnered some support. Now, you'd have to have checks and balances. If the situation changes, there are legitimate reasons for honest politicians to say, look, I thought that then, but this has happened. Okay, fine. And all kinds of caveats can be introduced. But I think simply saying, deliberately deceiving, is something we should not tolerate in our politicians. And I think there is stuff that we can do as well in terms of fact-checking. So there are proposals in some parliaments to have live fact-checking in real time. That would be great, wouldn't it? A great first start. So while a politician is speaking, up on the screen, there's some poor civil servant is saying, he's just actually told a lie. But why not? Why not have a simple system? Because I can tell you, you'd certainly be much more careful then, wouldn't you? If within 10 minutes, there would be, the statistic proving that what you've just said is a load of crap. I think we'd have a different politics.
Fine, I vote in favor of this idea.
I maybe want to add something on that. It's calling a lie, it's important, and we need to do it. But don't forget to tell your truth. And telling your truth must take a lot more of your time, of your speaking time that you have, than calling out a lie. Because it's what they want us to do. They want us to spend time to take a lie. And you know what it says, more you repeat a lie, more it becomes truth. So be careful not to be the echo chamber of all these lies. And make sure that you take most of your time to tell your truth. On lie, and I keep on saying that, especially in an independence referendum debate, especially in a campaign, and we've got a campaign coming on. There are facts and there are opinions. Please separate the both. Everybody has a right of an opinion. And, there is a say from an old Frenchman who used to say that, I might disagree with you, but I will defend you to the health for the opinion that you hold. But difference is a big difference between the two. You can have an opinion which is not going to be checked in 10 years' time, 20 years' time. In your manifesto, whatever is for independence, for a new society, or is for an election, you might make some promise what you want to do. You might not achieve all of them. That doesn't mean you were lying. That means that is you intend to do. So anything in the future, that's a very nice way to sum it up. Anything in the future is opinion. Anything in the past and some in the present is facts. So when we're calling it a lie, please, people have got the right to have an opinion.
Thanks. Moltes gràcies. Hi havia... Jan, aquest noi que aixeca la mà l'havia aixecat fa estona, després seguim amb el Robert.
Jo tinc una pregunta sobre les SLAP.
Question on slabs. This is, I didn't know about it. I was really intrigued. So it gave me the sensation that it focuses a lot on defending newspaper reporters, etc., and journalists. But what about the other cases of when they buy the media, like in the United States, or other ways, like in Hungary? They reduced public and private financing to close media groups. Now, this is particularly problematic when you want to democratize access to information. And you have new portals, new publishers who have to start from scratch and who have to face huge corporations with huge means, and which they don't have. And so they are more sensitive to economic problems. So is this considered also among the slaps? Look, in the Committee of Rights and Freedoms, we touch on different aspects. And there's even an aspect related to culture. We are democracies are kind of becoming more and more limited. We are all suffering this lack of diversity, reducing lack of diversity. It's not just the big owners who dominate communication at world level. Yes, so we are reducing the number of those who control the information that comes to us, and even control what information can come out. Yes, we are very concerned about this matter, especially at the European level. We want to see how we can be more diverse and more plural. A lot of the things that we have said have referred to this. When the member states and the governments are controlling media, SLAPS doesn't deal with that. What we are trying to do is finish with the abusive demands. We have lots of political opponents. We are finding that it is not just companies, but we are finding governments and somebody who has power, whoever it is. And so we are now working on this. We are very concerned about democratic quality we have and the way democracies are going. And I just want to, I don't want to open another huge area of debate, but we're talking about freedom of expression. And there's a scandal how, with the Pegasus program, spying is being done. And we see this in Poland and Hungary, and students and journalists have been investigated with Pegasus. So what freedom do you have to exercise not just exercise your profession, but to just live in peace? So when democracies start controlling us, they're not democracies anymore. I mean, there are different stages, of course, till we get to a dictatorship. But we are not in a moment of expansion. No, we are going into a reduction of our freedoms. And yes, at the European Parliament, we are definitely going in this direction. And yes, I would like to go back to your question, young man, to say that in my country, what made the government of Quebec fight to put an end to the slaps was not so much against the slaps against the journalists, but the environmental companies. So there were companies that yeah, I mean, the ecological companies had a lot of suits filed against them, so that they would, yeah. So we think, so we think the rights of people and that of the environment were affected, and that led to the Canadian government and the Quebec government to create legislation on the use of slaps. But of course, you know, slaps to silence journalists, etc. Well, it didn't happen so much in our country because we already had the legislation in place. Another thing that you mentioned is the press and the concentration of the press. And we see this phenomenon worldwide and, of course, in Canada. This is a phenomenon that we have to pay attention to, because concentrating the press means that we do not have an abundance of sources of information. So how can the government in a democracy intervene on the press? But by preserving the basis of our democratic system. So that's another dilemma that we have. And if you allow me, I want to say to Christian that he should measure his opportunities. He was saying that he presented with a French passport to the Scottish Parliament. I would love to be able to do something like that. So let us go to another person from the floor. We have another person before Robert. And please, I hate having to say this, we have 5 minutes before we take our break. Thank you so much. In the first place, congratulations to all of our speakers for such an interesting and suggestive words they said. Now, with respect to the use of disinformation and using tools to condition the population. Now, these are things of great concern to us. Now, I have doubts about whether this is an effective measure to fight fake news. If we use specific journalists in the inauguration, Raul Romeva very correctly said that fascism has to be struggled against with more democracy. So we have to combat disinformation with more rigor and more information. So in all the wars, the first victim is truth. So it is for example, in Sputnik, etc., they openly are using war propaganda. And in other conflicts, there has always been this type of propaganda. But I think in a digital world in which we use, it is very difficult to broach this problem. So if I want to consult Sputnik today, I can't. So in the medium and long term, this can be more dangerous for democracy than was intended. That's my opinion, which I wish to share. Thank you so much. I've been waiting for the floor for a long time, says someone.
Well, earlier we had the very good example from Mr. Richard. He was talking about inclusion and a right to be elected and right to vote, and this is definitely this is a very good example. But these days, you know, we have the picture that UK is deporting immigrants to Rwanda. So I would like to know your opinion on this. Thank you.
Sí. Abans de les respostes farem una última paraula i després...
Before the answers, we will take one more question and then we will answer. Hello. In first place, thank you so much for organizing this interesting forum. And I'm going straight to the point. There are two cases. You have Assange and the Basque, Pablo, the Basque journalist. Pablo, I forget his second name. 100 days detained in Poland for doing their job and accused of spying. So, regarding freedom of expression in democratic countries, what relations, what is your opinion in these cases? And then another, the electoral system in the UK. I don't know it in depth, but there's a more direct relationship with the people, right? But in other countries, like in the Spanish state, the gentleman from Canada, from Quebec, Stefan, you were saying that, you know, here we vote once in 4 years, and we don't have any relationship with our representatives. I mean, which is doesn't seem to be the case in the UK. That's as far as I think. Okay, the first question from Robert.
The first question, thank you very much, sir, to asking it, because it's, you know, when we talk about people being in prison, you know, there are in our countries, and particularly in the UK, people in detention. So they can be in detention centers, or they can be in hotels, but it's still detentions. And all those people, the only crime they committed is to come to claim asylum. Asylum seekers in the UK, for the first time, are being criminalized. And for the first time, are being deported before being assessed. You know, one of the conservative MP who wanted to remove Boris Johnson last week called it ugly. I call it despicable, xenophobic, if not racist, and inhumane. And we've seen what the face of populism is. If you want to take one example today, take that example of right-wing populism, deporting asylum seekers who are fleeing wars to Rwanda from the UK, who was supposed to be that welcoming country, who was supposed to be an example of modern democracy. And it's where we are at. Let me add something to us. We talked about journalists, and that was a very quick question about the role of journalism and how much we are under attack. This right-wing populist of Boris Johnson is attacking every day the lawyers, The lawyers who are defending the people who most need of defending asylum seekers. And the lawyers are attacking, and the judges are attacked every day. You know, we are coming into a situation which I never thought we'll come to. And we really need to be very much aware of what's happening to the people who are the most under attack from this right-wing populist movement, and it will be refugees and asylum seekers.
Thank you. Algú més vol contestar la pregunta del Robert? O passem a la següent pregunta, potser?
Sí,
per escurçar?
I
tanquem,
sí, sí.
correcte.
Bueno, jo crec que l'última pregunta, que parlaven també de l'Assange.
Well, talking about Assange, when the last, democracies is that their last recourse is using their police force and their political, economic clout to end with informers, etc. The case of Assange and others are awful, and we talk about them in the European Parliament. You know, they say that they're doing it for reasons of national security, and we find ourselves in this. You know, I mean, this is not a new, nothing new. They use these mechanisms to imprison persons who are tickling or irritating them. So, and here this is clearly related to information. Now, and what Raul said at the beginning, you know, more democracy in the face of fascism, etc. So we have to look for mechanisms, find them, so that when we can ask for accountability and have the mechanisms in place and have checks and balances. So decisions have referendums. When we have to invent big things, we have to get Europe to work. We have to use all these mechanisms we have. We need more contact with the citizens, more referendums for making decisions, because they have an impact on local policies, on construction of the country. So this is, we need constant communication, and we need to be more democratic and not less democratic. So we have to use these tools more. Adam, you wished to say something.
Briefly, about the Rwandan horrendous evil policy, then I think it is one more example, as was said, really, of this shift, this lurch to the authoritarian right by the Conservative Party, and it's a phenomenon we're seeing, you know, here in Spain. The center right, as was, is imploding, and they are marching to the right, and they are appealing to the forces of authoritarian ethno-nationalism, and doing all the things, tearing down democracy, describing judges as enemies of the people when they disagree with them, and illegally suspending Parliament. And even a Scottish judge found Boris Johnson was prepared to lie to the Queen. My goodness gracious me. But this is the phenomenon that we're facing. The centre-right is moving further and further to the right, and that's exactly, of course, what happened in the 1930s as well. In relation to democracy, I understand what you're saying. We have everywhere a very thin democracy, a very weak and thin democracy. And the idea that democracy should be about giving people one choice every 4 or 5 years, and that's it. Well, we have to create the opposite of that, which is a strong democracy. You know, a daily democracy. What is a nation? As Ernest Renan, the Breton, said, what is a nation? It is a daily plebiscite. That is what our vision should be. I wouldn't look to the UK, but I would look to Ireland maybe, and in the international rankings of democratic satisfaction, Ireland and the Nordic countries are usually in the top 6 or 7. Ireland uses single transferable vote, which has a direct connection with the voter and the elected, but also gives people a choice to vote for a diverse range of candidates. And they've also, of course, started using citizens' assembly, and particularly on the abortion issue. They showed the world how to approach that issue, didn't they? By involving the people, having deliberative democracy. So there are ways in which we can move from that one vote every 5 years to something which is much, much deeper and has real, meaning in people's lives.
Thank you very much. Moltes gràcies. Doncs només queda això, donar-vos les...
All that we have left is to thank all of you who have been on this panel and all of you for your attendance, sharing your knowledge, sharing your inputs. And now let's go have a coffee break. Thank you.
Eh bien, bravo.
Hola. Hola. Si anem seient, començarem.
All right, if we could take our seats, please, we'll start with our second panel. Good morning, good late morning, early afternoon. I hope you've had a nice coffee break and have been able to energize yourself until lunch. Our second panel is called Democracy Under Pressure, the advancement of the far right and the global return of authoritarianism. This will be a panel on the movement, the growth of far right and authoritarian movements from our UFA colleagues in Ecuador, the Turkish opposition party, and we will see what options left-wing parties have to face this rise of the far right and authoritarianism around the world. We have 4 speakers, starting to my right, Esther Cuesta, MP for Unión por la Esperanza in Ecuador. Welcome, Esther. Then Histjar Otsoy, MP for the HDP party and member of the Council of Europe for Kurdistan, member of the Turkish Assembly. Then Marta Brosique, MP for Izquierda Republicana in the Spanish Congress. Welcome, Marta. And we will finish up with Carles Viñas, Doctor in Contemporary History from the University of Barcelona. Carles, welcome. So, just like in the other debates, we'll follow a structure based on 3 blocks. First, beginning with a general question that all of these speakers will answer, then a second block of specific questions that we will mix the panelists up in the order, that is, to get different perspectives on a single question. The first general question for all speakers is, what do you think are the main challenges and the main tools that left-wing movements and parties have to face the rise of authoritarianism and the far right around the world? Esther, if you'd like to take the floor first. Hello and good morning, and thank you for the invitation to be with you today. Thank you for giving us this opportunity to share with you a few thoughts from Ecuador on the global situation. To answer your question, I think that what we have today in Latin America is authoritarianism that is very well disguised as democracies. And I'd like to focus on lawfare, the judicialization of politics. It's nothing new, that's true, but it has been accentuated and perfected, if you will, in recent years in Latin America. And lawfare is being used against progressive or left-wing leaders in our region. I'm sure that you are experiencing this in Europe, Spain, and Italy. But we have at this time in Ecuador are these anti-judiciary, anti-legal measures that are used in the name of the fight against corruption. They are used to tarnish people's reputation. They are used to undermine people's human rights. Lawsuits are filed. Anti-judicial lawsuits are filed. Let me emphasize the word anti-judicial. These lawsuits would be impossible in true states where there is the rule of law. In Latin America, democracies are extremely fragile. They are not very consolidated. They have a fragile institutionalization. We see this every day in how these lawfare cases are brought to the courts. The goal of lawfare is to destroy politically, morally, and economically the adversaries, the political leaders who are progressive, who are from left-wing parties and movements, to destroy them. And there are also leaders who are much more visible in the political context. Lawfare is used to neutralize them, to use the legal system to achieve what the right wing, what these groups, power groups, cannot get in legal elections. In lawfare, we see a combination of judicial measures, but also media activity in concert with a dominant press that covers a very broad number of cases, and that makes people more vulnerable to what is published, what is printed, and the judicial decisions aren't necessarily decided in the courts. They are first decided in the media. Public opinion is used to see individuals and their families as corrupt. They involve the families, so that this way the person loses the popular support, loses the grassroots support that they have. The support is eroded, and the person is left alone. The person is left cornered. The person loses their capacity to react. We spoke earlier about fake news. This is part of that entire mechanism. In Latin America, we must also mention that lawfare is directly associated as could be termed an imperialistic policy, a policy that has to do with the natural resources of Latin America. It is no accident that this has to do with our geopolitical situation, our hemisphere, and what it causes is destabilization, and this process creates mechanisms of persecution. How much longer do I have? Just 1 minute? You have 3 minutes left, Esther. Okay, well, let me just add, so as to not take up too much time, let me just give you a couple examples. We're all aware of the cases of Lula, perhaps the most emblematic case, but also because of the size of Brazil as a country. Brazil is like a continent unto itself. And due to the size of Brazil, the case of Lula was the most emblematic in Latin America. And he was released from prison. We hope that he will be the next president of Brazil. And that will change the configuration of our entire region. And we also are waiting to see the results of the elections in Colombia. Let me add that this is taking place in several countries. We know that it has taken place in Brazil with Lula and with Dilma Rousseff. It's something that we look at from Ecuador and say, how did we not realize this? Because of the impeachment of Vilma, how did we not realize that that was going to trickle down to all of us? We did not notice then how this was the beginning of a geopolitical strategy. And that is something that we deeply regret, that we did not see at that time, that this would trigger a whole domino effect around our region. There are cases in Argentina with Cristina Kirchner and members of her government. We also have cases in Bolivia, and that even led to a coup d'etat. We have other cases in other countries, in Colombia, with human rights advocates. But we have it in Ecuador too. And let me just give you a couple final statistics. Our ex-Vice President Jorge Glass, the former Vice President of Rafael Correa's government, has spent some 5 years in prison with no evidence brought against him. Rafael Correa has 47 lawsuits, criminal suits, pending. We know that corruption exists in governments, but not necessarily can you say that a single president can accumulate 47 violations. There's a clear persecution. He is banned from Ecuador. He cannot return to Ecuador. Ecuador has issued 3 alerts to Interpol to arrest him. Interpol has rejected those alerts, or they have refused to imprison him. And Correa, at this time, is a refugee, has refugee status in Belgium, and Ecuador insists on extraditing him, and that will not happen, as Belgium has already stated its position. They accuse him of psychological influence. I don't know if that is even a case and one that you can be imprisoned for. So our former president was imprisoned, he was released, and then our former legal secretary of state is also imprisoned. The secretary of intelligence of Correo's government also imprisoned. A former MP, a former colleague of mine. I'm in my second legislature now as an MP. In the social protests of October 2019, an MP was imprisoned. Another colleague who had been an MP over 2 terms, 8 years, also imprisoned. The Pichincha chief of police, which is the capital of the Quito province, Pablo Apagon, was imprisoned for a tweet. So these are the situations we are living through in Ecuador with our colleagues, with our former, our fellow party members who are being imprisoned. We granted amnesties some 2 months ago from our parliamentary MPs, and therefore they don't have to go and go before the judge on a regular basis. They are cases that are not heard about in the media very much, but they affect our democracy, they affect our rule of law, and what is left of Ecuador, of the rule of law. And then we'll speak more about the challenges that we face later on. Thank you. Thank you, Esther. And now we will give the floor to you, sir. Mr. Otsoy.
Working, right? My mic is working? Okay, thank you so much. Thanks for the invitation. It is a great pleasure and honor to be here with so many progressive people from different parts of the world. I will try to somehow answer the question by making specific references to 2 cases. One, Turkey, where I am a member of parliament and I have been part of the People's Democratic Party since 2015. And the other case is the United States of America, where I lived 15 years before I joined the HDP in 2015. I think a couple of references to the politics of President Erdogan in Turkey and President Trump in the United States may, well serve to kind of articulate my argument here. There are all kinds of challenges that we are facing, everywhere. If we start talking just about the challenges that we face, probably we're going to write books, right? There's a lot of challenges we have. But let me take here a kind of self-critical approach, which I think may also help to think about some of the tools and discourses with which we can fight the rise of authoritarianism. I was in the United States when there was this election in 2016 briefly, and the general argument was that Trump was stupid. I personally think he is stupid, by the way. But why 75 million people voted for this very stupid person? And that question, I think, is something that we really need to think about. They are racist, xenophobic, they are stupid too, they are irrational, blah, blah. These are all some of the answers that you hear. In mainstream United States, this is actually the explanation. Even left-wing people, actually, they use these kinds of very easy explanations. And these people are just stupid. And in the case of President Erdogan, too, people would say, people are conservative, they are Islamist, and that is why they support Erdogan. He is an authoritarian leader, he is a racist, he is Turkish, blah, blah. But they forget the fact that actually President Erdogan came to power by not promising Sharia law or Islamism. he promised to make Turkey a part of Europe, actually. That was the main promise. It had nothing to do with Islamism or this and that. But President Erdogan was waging a war against the old establishment, and he was actually claiming to bring some kind of change. So I think both President Erdogan and President Trump, they were both anti-systemic in this particular sense. Anti-systemic, I mean, in our left jargon, I mean, when we say anti-systemic, people say, oh, this is something good. No, I mean, anti-systemic doesn't necessarily to be something good, right? But they were anti-establishment and anti-systemic. It is kind of the role and responsibility of left movements which was hijacked by these kinds of people in the absence of some powerful narrative of the left. And here, Adam said something in the previous panel, and that was very, I think, important. He said that we need to tell better stories, actually. Yeah, telling stories. By the way, I am a cultural anthropologist by profession, so that is, you know, we listen to stories all the time. And so I think that is a very, very important one. How many minutes? You know, I'm an academic and a politician. I speak all the time.
In the half of.
Huh? Half of it. Okay, okay. Okay, thank you. So here are like I started with this because I mean it's always like blaming the other is easy. I mean we know what kind of people those people are. I had a friend at the University of Michigan, Adam Lutzker, an economist, I said, and he had 100,000 books, literally. I mean, he was spending all of his money on books. He doesn't read them. He just reads the front page and the back page, but then he puts them, he's a fetishist. I mean, he loves books. And I said, Adam, can you please, and he's a leftist, like New York Jew and leftist. I said, Adam, can you please summarize? You are an economist, a professor of economy, and you have all these books. I mean, can you please tell me in a meaningful way, I mean, what do you understand of life and politics and this and that? He said, oh, it's so simple. You don't need to buy and read 100,000 books. There are good people and there are bad people, and we are the good ones, as the leftist people. So it very much simplified the whole situation, really. And I was taking him seriously, actually. He's a very funny guy. But here is my point to wrap up and conclude. In order to tell better stories, I think we need to listen better. And I think that is something that we have been missing, I mean, over the recent years and decades, since the, in quotation marks, the failure of the left. Because we have all kinds of explanations. I mean, if you ask me, I mean, let's analyze the contemporary situation of global capitalism and its problems. We are the best in analyzing, actually. Our conceptual and analytical tools are always the best. But why we lose all the time? I think that is a big problem, right? Why do we lose? I mean, we have all the best answers. I think having answers and articulating and disseminating stories are two different things. I think in order to have a way out, we need to very carefully listen to people in their daily struggles for survival. The answers, the words, the terms, the concepts should come from the lives of the people. Like in Turkey, when we are doing this, like, you see the challenges that we have. We have a monster state apparatus. We have a monster judiciary. We have the big state, the army, intelligence, police, and everything is against us. We don't have the money. We don't have the resources. We don't have the police. But something that we have is the people we have. And whenever they attack us, we get kind of deeper into the society. We organize the society and ourselves with them. And actually, we listen to our people and we articulate our stories from their experiences. And also, of course, later I will build on the internationalist component of our struggle, maybe. But I think an ethics of very careful listening is the responsibility of any kind of leftist movement. Otherwise, like President Trump, or Erdogan, or in Hungary, or in Poland, these are all wrong answers to people's needs. So we shouldn't forget the fact that the people there, even in Turkey, in Hungary, these are rational people. They are just trying to find a way out. Rather than blaming the other, I think we should have a self-critical approach on ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hisjar. Marta, quan vulguis.
Ja va? Sí, vale.
Hello and good morning, and thank you for this panel, which I think is very interesting. I have my fellow panelists who I deeply admire. I'll try to take these words that we've heard and try to translate them into what we can do on the left to fight authoritarianism. But I'd like to start by showing that there are many differences between what we could consider authoritarianism. There may be far rights, there may be fascists, and we can also find governments that are very authoritarian, as we've just heard from Hisjar, in Turkey. And I think right off we need to say there are different contexts. We can't act in the same way in every context. Even if you analyze the far right in Southern Europe, we see that there are also differences between the far right in Southern Europe. Some are more economically protectionists, others are more in favor of the free market. And even at the economic level, we can find different answers to fight each one of these far rights. And we also have differences within Spain. There is a very powerful party, which is Vox, the far-right party, but we also know that there's a Partido Popular, which is the conservative party that includes people who are in favor of the far right, like Garcia Albiol, the former mayor of Badalona, the neighboring city of Barcelona. But we also have far-right people on the street. Barbara is here. He's from Valencia. In Valencia, for too long now, we've had neo-Nazi groups that are organized, which are the same ones who have gone to the Ukraine to fight with the Azov battalion. But somehow they have enjoyed a kind of impunity on the streets, and they've acted freely on the streets doing their thing. So this whole concept in which we could establish connections between authoritarianism in the broad sense worldwide, which is what Hisjar was just saying, in a way, they present themselves as anti-systemic. I don't think they really are anti-systemic, but they present themselves as anti-systemic. They want to break away from the existing framework. They want to break away from the consensus that society has reached. And by doing so, they propose a new solution, a new change. Obviously, we don't agree with that, but at least they positively express a new model, a specific idea for the country. And so I think, on one hand, we must be able to come up with a discourse, with a message that is positive. Aside from criticizing, we must explain our model of the country, why we support a certain economic model, but do it in a simple way, in a way that's easy for people to understand. What changes would be brought about in their lives? What would it mean? And another important thing is to combat the messages and the discourses of the far right. Some have begun to approach the center for their economic proposals. And if you're from Spain, you will understand movements such as Más País. Their response to the far right is to be the country that is in the center. And I think that is a deeply flawed strategy, because that puts you in the position of defending the status quo. The people who support you, who are looking for a real alternative to this, aren't being represented then. And you're unable to propose situations and solutions for the working class of a country who may be going to the far right because they can't withstand further inequalities, and they're willing to try anything. So it's important to keep our ideas and stay on the left, despite the rise and the growth of the far right, because the far right also has a great capacity to bring everything to the right. If you look at what happens in the Spanish Congress and Spanish Parliament, you realize that there are certain proposals that may not have even been on the table, but increasingly they're considered to be of consensus. For example, migrations, our migratory policy. Vox, the Spanish far right, is the first party to openly be racist and xenophobic shamelessly. It's not that the Socialist Party or the Popular Party had not been, but they didn't do it so openly. But ever since Vox has come onto the scene in Spain, being racist and xenophobic is fine in public, and messages and statements are being made from the Partido Popular, from the Spanish conservatives, but also the socialists. The socialists are starting to talk about stopping illegal immigration. So they are bringing up concepts that the far right has put on the table, and they're talking about them naturally, and they are making these part of their message. So what can the left-wing parties do? We must make anti-fascism as wide-ranging as possible. We must get all parties, all movements, even all of society, no matter what they think, no matter what their ideology, must all be able to see that anti-fascism is the only way forward, that having a more or less fascist or more or less far-right position be considered an anomaly. Ever since the far right has had a parliamentary representation, we've noticed a change. For some years now, those people who could think as a far-right person were never bold enough to explain their positions in public. And it's not that they dare to do so now. They want to do it now. What we find and what has changed in Catalonia is that in Catalonia, the young people who were the most interesting, the coolest people, so to speak, they were the ones who supported Catalan independence. That's not the case now. The people who are cool with influence are those young people who support the far right. So there's been a paradigm shift. We must analyze it, and we need to take action to oppose that. In this Catalan parliament, and I see Marta Vilalta here, there is anti-fascist consensus to isolate the far right in the parliament, but in the Spanish parliament, this has been impossible. It was considered at first, but the Socialists and the Popular Party did not accept that. So there are different positions when it comes to how we should fight the far right. That's a problem. And we must get conservative parties, which we are light years away from, must also assume their role in responding to the far right. Am I going on too long? I am? Okay. Sorry. Not too much, but you're almost done, aren't you? Yes. Yes, let me just mention one final idea. At the very beginning of today's meeting, Raul Romeva spoke about how, in the face of the far right, we needed to respond with more democracy. It's not just that we have to respond with more democracy. We must understand the role of institutions that they must play. Institutions are the only means that working people have, people who don't have any other voice to explain their opinion have, and to make real, tangible changes. We must make our institutions do this. Undermining them is the last thing we can afford to do. We must make them the voice of the people who would not have any power to impact or influence without them, and that is how we will fight the far right and fascism. Thank you.
Podrem seguir parlant.
Okay, we can carry on talking about this in later. So, Carlos, I give the floor to you. Hello. And now, with respect to the challenges for the leftist movements, if we, we have the rise of the extreme right on the increase in Europe. This is something we have to bear in mind. What is, Martha was saying that we have, it's polyhedric, it's got so many heads, and you have fascism, neo-fascism, ultra-right-wing, ultra-populism, populist right. There's so many terms. They're called patriots, etc., and the list goes on. But then they are not all the same thing. So it's such a complex phenomenon, and we are not going to find a single magical solution. Okay, so of course the circumstances, local circumstances, have an effect, and so we have to also have good knowledge of the phenomenon. So we cannot fall into reductionism or simplism. Vox, for example, if somebody has a car accident, everybody smiles, but that doesn't help us analyze the complexity of this phenomenon. So we need rigorous analysis, okay, to get to know a subject in depth. What else should we avoid? Now, the response of the left, is always comes behind. It's a reaction, and that is something we have to change, because the extreme right, they know how to reinvent themselves and change shape. It was Martin Utile, it said they're like a chameleon and they adapt to the changing context. Now, why am I saying this? I'm a historian. In the Second World War, when fascism was on the rise, they thought that fascism was eradicated, but no. And then the following year, we had, in the post-war, we had the Third Reich, we had neo-fascist parties coming into existence. And then you had the Nouvelle Droite in France, which was also reinventing its basis to start the cultural war. So the Nouvelle Droite. So we're not talking about, there's no racial discourse here. No, they're different. They're not thinking in terms of racism. No, so we have to understand all of this. Otherwise, we're always going to be in tow and not in the forefront. We have to go beyond being reactive. So we need something that is more cross-sectional. So being anti-fascist is our democratic obligation. Everybody should be that. And we have to be able to say it proudly, without fear. And very often today, with all the marginalization, and people are afraid of saying they are anti-fascist. And if you're decidedly left-wing, you have to be able to say it, and proudly. So we have to make the right-wing parties also realize that here we have these tools which are part of our democratic rights. So anti-fascism has always been combined with pacifism, and other more it's in the 1950s, in the 1960s, and nowadays. So there are these two ways. So it has two faces. So on the one hand, you have, they broach everything from two always from two sides. And we have to get to know them in depth, and we have to understand the tools we have at our disposal, and that we cannot be dragged by them. So we have to understand our obligations in this respect. Thank you, Carlos. Thank you to all the panelists for your first impressions. You have given us a very detailed picture of the extreme right, and also the tools that the left has to face it. So we have to know how to combat them. So now let's go to the second block of questions. And so here we are going to change the order of interventions, and Carlos will be the first to take the floor. So you talk to us about the different names that the far right can have. And in that sense, I wish to ask you, what is the relationship between the more mainstream far right and the more violent right-wing sections? Can you say that the right-wing, do you think that the violent groups can work impunely? Yes, I did refer to this phenomenon that they are kind of two-headed. And you have a radical populist right with a very specific discourse in Europe, and they are normalizing the violent far-right discourse. So what is the populist right, the institutionalized populist right doing? They are giving coverage to what was considered a marginalized radical voice. So in the presence in parliaments, in all the European institutions, their presence has normalized discourse which was unheard of before. And then their practices, we have seen how they use shock groups that work in the streets, and they were covered by certain political parties. So we have seen how they have become kind of normal. There are lots of differences between them. I don't have to go back to that. But I want to talk about the cultural battle. The fact that this extra-parliamentary discourse has been sheltered by parties, and they have brought again a shadow over acquired rights, important rights, and we're not that it took us years to struggle to achieve them. So to have this breakaway, like the Nouvelle Droite in France, the new right to, and you have with, and in Italy, they're looking at a cultural battle as part of their victory. So we see an extreme right, which in theory, they are anti-system because they have a visible institutional face, and they are readying themselves to participate in the institutions. So now we see that they're taking the electoral pathway. And so you see the change in paradigm. For example, in Spain, Spain was anti-monarchical, and now Spain has become gone the contrary, the different way. So what I was saying before, you can we can translate everything, simplify everything, make a caricature of everything. But we have to be wise, and we have to understand that they have a discourse that has been well thought out, well elaborated, and you know in the FIES of the Popular Party, they are working on their discourse in Latin America. So this goes beyond a mere meeting on the street or someone who speaks up in Parliament. So, so we need a coherent, if we need a strategy, because they are normalizing discourses that was totally marginalized before, and they are whitewashing policies which before were just not accepted in politics. Thank you, Carlos. And Martha, you are a member of parliament, and you were talking about a more moderate left, how it has transformed its discourse and has gone more towards the right. So do you think the left parties are providing a proper response in in Parliament with regard to Vox, the far-right party? I want to mention something that Carlos just said. We have to analyze each of the extreme right groups, and the analysis of the Spanish left is not correct. They forget that after Franco's dictatorship, there was a pact among the fascists, and the Franco regime was not considered illegal, and they continued to hold a lot of power in the roots of Francoism here. And we cannot forget this when we face the extreme right in Spain. It is different from Ecuador and Turkey. In the case of Spain, we have to bear in mind there is still a type of civil war, and in Catalonia you don't see this much, but outside Catalonia there are families, the families that had supported Franco today vote for the Popular Party and Vox, and then you have now, what Carlos was saying is that this goes we have to go further. They are getting to families that were more Republican, and they are, with their populist discourse, they are getting to them. So they are breaking those big, wide cultural consensus that existed before. So they are achieving a kind of cultural dominance, and they're going further. So what do I want to say is that, for example, the Socialist Party and Podemos, which were the left-wing parties here in Spain, they have to bear in mind that it's very difficult to get the votes of those who vote for the far right. Maybe the Popular Party would get them, or a conservative party, or as those Vox voters that could be recovered, or they are aiming at families that were left-wing. So the left in Spain has to do what Adam Price was suggesting. When you talk about that deliberate deception, that has been a constant feature of the left. Now we had a government in power which was supposed to be very progressive. It was supposed to be the most progressive. Maybe it is, in a way, but we find that the proposals they make of change, for example, they say that they will change the labor framework so that it'll be more difficult to make a worker redundant, and they're going to include this, etc. But they are leading to disappointment beyond disappointment, and so they are the workers are going away from them because they're not looking for solutions. And then if you look at any discourse in the Congress, in the Parliament, you will see that the socialist parties they are responding directly to the far right because they are trying to work from the left. So they are trying to demonstrate, and they are becoming more radical, and they are achieving the opposite effect. And then the Conservative Party, which is the popular party here in Spain, we could have the case, for example, if you look at Germany, there's a distancing from the popular party, I mean, from the extreme right. But in Spain, they have worked with them, and so the popular party is now another actor and has got more power. Then there is another important question. The extreme right in Spain is growing on the basis of creating a national Spanish identity, a kind of Spanish brand that they are promoting against the Basques, the Catalans, etc. So we cannot, when we are analyzing how we fight against the far right, we cannot forget this. Now, here the extreme right in Catalonia is very anti-Catalan, and so here the Catalan nationalists are very different from the Spanish nationalists. So what I want to end by saying is that this fight for independence, we are in favor of democracy. So this now in favor of rights and a real change of the system itself, the system of governance itself, because at some moments we have been true anti-system who wanted to break away from the state's framework that we are immersed in. So in Latin America, the extreme right is going into this fair. But we here can still choose the type of country we want. We have to be able to work in the positive vein. Thank you. Yes, so Martha was talking about how the extreme right in Spain is saying that we're going towards a kind of nationless state. So we have seen how other countries are working to reduce minority rights. Hisia, how is Turkey repressing its minorities, and what are the strategies they are following?
Let me have this. I mean, the Republic of Turkey is based on a very monolithic official ideology from its inception in 1923. There are Turks, and there are Muslims, and a particular version of Muslims, Sunni Muslims, and the rest are not really perceived as citizens. So the Armenian people were genocided in 1915. That is how they got, in quotation marks, rid of the Armenians. The native Greek population was expelled through population exchanges during 1920s. Smaller minority groups like the Jew, the Chaldeans, the Assyrians, Yazidi people, they were historically like marginalized, and now they don't exist really. And the only group that is somehow against the homogenizing, culturally, politically homogenizing kind of political tendency in Turkey are the Kurds. That is us. And we are good fighters, we fight back. that is the mainly, I mean, we are just fighting back. Not that we are like crazy, irrational, uncivilized people. Fighting back is the only way for our cultural and political survival as a people. I personally am the great-grandson of the leader of 1925 rebellion, Sheikh Said. 2 years after the declaration of independence of the Republic of Turkey, there was a massive Kurdish rebellion. And since then, actually, we have been like fighting back for our cultural and political survival. Currently, there is armed struggle in Turkey, in the Kurdish mountains. It has been over 40 years now. More than 50,000 people got killed. Now there is an ongoing cross-border operation into Iraqi Kurdistan. Turkey is also preparing to attack Rojava, Syria, where we have, of course, our kin and family members. And there has been a very powerful, very fierce legal political struggle in Turkey within the context of like several political parties, the last one being HDP, my party now, which is represented at the parliament. We got the most recent elections, 2018, we got 12% of the vote. Probably, hopefully, now we are going to score better. But it has been an ongoing struggle. I mean, in order to survive culturally and politically, you have to struggle. So for many of us, really, struggle or politics is not a profession. It's not a profession. It's just what we need to individually and collectively survive as a people. That's what we do. It's a survival. So what specifically in the contemporary context, what the Turkish government is doing, what they are doing is to use all means of repression and the ideological state apparatus. By that I mean the schools, the mosques, and the newspapers, and you know, Erdogan has a machine, a propaganda machine. And of course, they have the police, the intelligence, prisons, and they have totally instrumentalized the courts, the judiciary. It is totally under the control of President Erdogan. And they are using all kinds of nasty, dirty politics to somehow undermine the HDP, weaken the HDP. Since 2015, we have more than 6,000 people who were arrested, including our co-chairs, members of parliament, over 150 elected Kurdish mayors. The majority of them are still in prison. Now, we can't even track the numbers, but at least 4,000 people are in prison, including most of our leadership. And the detentions and arrests are ongoing, and as if these are not enough, now there are two major cases against the HDP. One is the so-called Kobani case. It is criminalizing, indicting our support to the people of Kobani, who were fighting against the ISIS in 2014. The defeat of ISIS by the Kurds was taken as a big challenge by President Erdogan, and he wants to simply complete the mission of the ISIS. He wants to destroy Rojava. And for that, he's first now trying to punish the HDP for our support to Rojava in 2014. Almost all of the leaders and Central Executive Board members of the HDP 2014, they are being prosecuted, and each and every one of them, the prosecution is demanding 37 counts of aggravated life sentence. Yeah. The second one, as if these are not enough, we have a closure case against the HDP at the Constitutional Court. So President Erdogan wants to destroy the HDP before the elections. That is how we can win, he thinks. And so But the fact is that even if the HDP is destroyed as a political entity, but we are not just some offices and party buildings and some desks. We are a people, a movement, and we represent a very complicated, complex, and not one history, several histories of political and social and cultural struggles in Turkey. The HDP is not just the Kurdish party. We do include actually a lot of components from the Turkish left, the ecology movement, feminists. So it's kind of an experimental space where we bring together all kinds of groups who have been historically marginalized and underrepresented in Turkey. So that is our promise. And so, of course, President Erdogan wants to destroy that before the elections, but either way, I mean, it's kind of a fight between state power and the law on the one hand, which they have, but on the other hand, the people and history and culture, that is what we are. Right? And so I think at the end of the day, even if President Erdogan shuts us down before the elections, we are going to make a major impact on the upcoming elections, presidential and parliamentary elections. Probably we get around minimum 12 to 14% of the national vote, and in Kurdish provinces we get between 60 to 80, sometimes 90% of the vote. So in the region we have almost complete hegemony. But in general, nationwide, we get around 12 to 14% of the vote, which makes us actually the kingmaker party in the next elections. How many minutes? Can we just?
0 minutes.
Okay, yeah. Okay. But I have 5 minutes in the next round. Can I take like 2 minutes and then I will speak only 3 minutes? I promise. Okay. So it's just a bargaining. I mean, politics is about negotiation all the time. So I promise I will keep that very short.
In fact, I wanted to cut the second one for 3 minutes for everyone in order to have time to,
okay, I'm just finishing.
To discuss with the public. So
she is very tough negotiator. Okay.
She's Catalan.
Okay. Okay, but let me just conclude. I mean, in Turkey, there are two alliances now, the Cumhur Alliance led by President Erdogan and the Millet Alliance led by the main opposition. When it comes to the Kurdish question and the minorities, honestly, there is absolutely no difference between the two, and both of them are quite anti-Kurdish. But the fact is that in order to win the presidential elections, you need to get 50% plus one vote. And that puts us in a very crucial role because without the support of the HDP, nobody can reach the 50% plus one vote. So we are actually now trying and planning actually to use that power of the people for some meaningful social and political transformation in Turkey. The last thing is, let me say this one. I mean, I said in the beginning, in the previous session, that we always tell stories, quite grim stories of struggle and resistance, but at the end, we get defeated. Sometimes we need to win. And we have to win. And I think it's very important to give people that hope because fascism first kills our ability to imagine, our ability to hope. If you can't hope, you can't make any change. So still, despite all this repression, the HDP remains actually as the hope for the future, both in Turkey and Kurdistan. And I think that is a very important lesson that I learned from the HDP, actually. We are not heroes. We are not very extraordinary people. We are just trying to survive. But despite all this repression and everything, many people in Turkey, not just the Kurds, actually, they still perceive the HDP as the hope for the future of the country that we are trying to protect. Thank you.
thank you very much. Don't worry, thank you, Hisjar. Esther.
Okay, Esther. At the beginning of the session, you talked about the impact of lawfare in Ecuador on opposition parties. Could you speak more about the consequences of that lawfare and those mechanisms by governments and authorities toward the left wing in Latin America? Yes, well, the consequences are those of political perception. As you were just saying, Mr. Ossi, how HDP is seen as the hope of changing things in Turkey. It's the same thing in Brazil, in Ecuador, the citizen revolution. What we have experienced is a change in political perception to morally, politically, and economically eliminate the leaders, but also to politically block the political parties. You're left without a party, and that means you have no possibility to participate in democratic processes. You have no possibility in participating in governing locally, regionally, nationally. You can't participate. So in addition to the subjectivities and experiences that different leaders may have, there's another more institutional problem when the state, the entire state apparatus is so preordained and prearranged. The state council, legal committee, it's another state power. It's not part of the judiciary branch. It's like the fourth branch of the Equatorian state. It's the National Electoral Board, the National Electoral Board. When this electoral board denies you the possibility to participate with anti-legal grounds, you're missing this, you're missing that, and you just can't participate. So there's a great deal of confusion among citizens. If we were once a political party, Alianza por el País, the Lista de 35, we had to have political parties that would lend us the possibility to participate. But some people have this mindset of just voting a certain party. Not to mention how difficult it is to run a campaign in that scenario, and to change people's mindsets, to tell them, no, we're on a different list now. That requires a whole different task. And so in the next elections, we're in a different party. Then we're in a different party in the next elections because they prohibited that party. And now we have to go to a different party. So we're just wandering from party to party. We're like political nomads searching for a party. That's what we've become, political nomads in Ecuador. Searching for a political party that can shelter you long enough to take part in a democratic process. And there's something else that I didn't mention before. It doesn't have to do just with lawfare, this judicialization of politics, or the politicization of justice. There's something else that has to do with the national budget, the state comptroller's office, or the treasury. That would be the best equivalent, the national treasury. I don't mean that we're normalizing this, because we will never normalize it, but you learn how to live with it. It's part of the, well, nearly all of us who work as MPs of the Citizen Revolution Party, we can't call ourselves that because we don't have a party anymore, but we are part of the Citizen Revolution. We have different fines that we have to pay. Just to give you an example, they audited me when I was working for the consulate in Genova for buying bottled water, because in the summer people drink bottled water, but I was not allowed to buy bottled water in the consulate when I worked in Genova for workers or visitors. I was not able to buy bottled water. So for buying a cell phone, a mobile phone for emergency calls, or not filling out the right form for a trip I had to take for the consulate. Things that, obviously, these are not cases of corruption, but it is a legal process. You have to hire a lawyer to deal with it, because I can't handle those things on my own. I have to get a lawyer. So all of this is to silence you. And there's a person who is becoming a leader, who has a lot of possibilities. Right away, you see how they have to slap a case on them, some fake news or some charge to silence them, to neutralize them. Those are a few of the episodes that we've faced. Lawfare and the Treasury, different mechanisms to neutralize the democratic processes that we have. And at the end of the day, what left-wing parties, what progressive parties want, yes, we want to have a party, but what we want is to govern more than having a party. And this distances us even further from these people, and that is why we need new forms of political communication. We can talk more about that later as well. Okay, thank you, Esther. Well, we've now concluded this first round of questions. Let's start with the second round. John, can we have 5-10 more minutes to not be so strict with our panelists? But I would ask the panelists to stay on time with their answers. This time, to have some time for Q&A and comments from the audience. Just as Esther was mentioning the role of the media, and we've heard a lot about that in the first panel. I think it was our speaker from Quebec who spoke of infodemia, the infodemic. Let me ask you, Marta, about your experience in the Spanish Parliament, but also as a journalist in your previous life, before you began work as an MP. What do you think is the role of the media with regard to Vox, the Spanish far-right party? Do they benefit them? Do they hinder them? Or what should their treatment be of these far-right parties? Well, right off, I would say that the far-right has a very attractive discourse. Don't take these remarks out of context, but as soon as anyone breaks away from the hegemonic cultural framework, that is news. It's newsworthy. As soon as an MP from Vox saying, I like it when people catcall me or tell me how pretty I am on the street, a female MP saying this, that's so far away from our current mindset that it creates a news item. And that is how they get into the news media. Even though they haven't done anything, they haven't actually changed anything politically, they haven't governed in any way, their story is getting into the press because it's a headline. Anything they say forms a headline in the media. And so the far right at the institutional level is growing through the news media as well. The mainstream news media in Spain don't feel too distant from the discourse of the far right. As soon as there is a disruptive movement such as Vox, right away, that has a media impact, and the media welcome them with open arms in many cases. Now we have the perfect storm. Not only are they covered extensively by the media, they are in the Spanish Parliament with over 50 MPs, a big number. So, facing the situation, what should media outlets do? What they should try to do is deny the truth of their statements, to have fact-checking whenever they interview them and be able to deny their claims. But not just that. We must all be capable, and we don't always achieve this in the Spanish Parliament, but we try to do it as a political group. We try to ridicule them, to reach the point in which it becomes obvious that everything that they are proposing is inadmissible, is unassumable, is completely barbaric. So it doesn't even make sense for it to be part of the mainstream. By ridiculing them, we realize that they feel affected, and they're not yet able to reach this cultural dominance, this counter-dominance that they wanted to reach. So very briefly, another space where they have a great deal of sway is in social media. In social media, with these very simple messages, they can convey everything they want to convey. And there are more and more social media channels where the simple message is the one that's most promoted, like TikTok. TikTok is a great platform for the far right, not just the far right, but all political parties. We try our best from Izquierda Republicana, But it's difficult for other political parties to have the same impact as the far right, because it's a very simple message. All you have to do is go out there with the Spanish flag and encourage everyone in Spain and Catalans as well to carry a Spanish flag. And that message is so simple, it gets repeated. And right off, it's important to remember the importance of social media. But there's another thing that George Lakoff, an American linguist, has said. He said, every time that they create a headline, instead of sharing it directly and saying, oh, look at these guys, look at what the far right is saying, what we should do is to take the news item, the news article, and do what he calls the sandwich effect, to try to explain by telling what the real news item is, then saying what the far right says, and then saying what we want to propose, to convey the contrary, the opposite message. It's difficult. It's all very difficult because the news media are not on our side. That makes it complicated as well. On the other panel, we heard about the financing that news media have. What we must be able to demand is that the organizations that receive public subsidies do not give them more of a sounding board than what they actually deserve. That's one thing that we can propose right off the bat. Thank you, Marta. Now to continue, Esther. What has the left wing done? What tools does the left wing have in Latin America to leave this repression, this lawfare, without effect, to render it futile? Let me start by echoing Marta's words. That's something we're very interested in as well. It has to do with the need, the urgent need, to translate our message better. We said this earlier. People are with us. We can manifest the needs and desires of our citizens. We can show that we are aligned with the urgencies of our citizens. But we need to change all this. We need to renew it. We can't just do the same thing that we've been doing all these years. Just to give you an idea of the reality we have in Ecuador, 41% of the population that votes in Ecuador are young people between 26 and 28 people, 77 million people. The average age in Ecuador is 29. Our population is very young as opposed to Europe, and only 1 million people are over 65 people and still vote. And as of 65, voting is optional. In Ecuador, voting is mandatory. If you are between 18 and 65 years old, it's mandatory. It's optional if you live outside the country. I'm an immigrant. I represent the diaspora of Ecuador who were expelled from the country. We didn't leave because we wanted to or because we were on holiday. We left because we did not find the conditions, dignified conditions in which to live. As of the bank failure, one of the biggest economic and political crises that we've had in Ecuador, now we're going through a second, more recent crisis. But a large part of our electorate are young people. And it's like you said, Marta, for the right wing, it's very simple to come up with a message with a flag, but it doesn't mean anything, but millions of people see it. We must also convey a messages that can reach people using the same tools, using TikTok, using social media. Most young people, I don't know about Spain, but in Ecuador, most young people don't watch TV anymore. It's all social media. So we need a different kind of translation of our messages using information technologies, just as the right wing has. The right wing is the cool way, hot, cool people, well-dressed, using socially attractive language. We need to use other tools to reach power, Because if we don't, it's going to keep being the right wing, and we can't give them that opportunity. The other issue is that of the policy of fear, which is truly the bestseller, so to speak. How COVID was the perfect justification to restrict rights and citizens because of the fear of getting COVID and the fear of death. We have accepted, without protesting, restrictions that have never been seen before in Europe, especially. In Latin America, it's like what we were talking about yesterday. If the European Union and Europe has been a bastion of democracy, how COVID was the perfect justification for us to accept voluntarily a securitization, hyper-vigilance of all of our data, and that they know exactly where we are, how we are, and there is no social protest due to the fear of contagion and the fear of death. And that is very worrisome. The other matter is that we need places and spaces like this. During the coffee break, I was talking to someone and I said, I'm feeling like I did at the Mexican meeting in Puebla last December. When we have spaces like this to share, understand, analyze all together our situations from the local level to work toward the global level, from our subjectivities, from our experiences as political people, political subjects in our different contexts. Another matter is the judicialization of politics. It's not just affecting politicians, it's affecting people who question power and people who bring to light situations even of war crimes like Julian Assange or Labini. These are emblematic cases, and there is a certain hypocrisy among journalists themselves when it comes to these things. Therefore, we must understand, recognize geostrategic interests that are behind this authoritarianism, behind this right wing, disguised as the voice of the people, and how they use lawfare to do away with, to annihilate, and to demoralize progressive, militant, left-wing leaders in our countries, in our political movements. We must promote a greater social foundation that is broader, more diverse, more inclusive. I must say inclusive, but also that it have the capacity to understand the differences within our political movement. We have much left to work on in that regard. And also our social organizations in the process of the social defense of democracy. That means that there are citizen processes that may have an influence on certain decisions that governments make, like appeals of unconstitutionality before the Constitutional Court, things that require a legal analysis, legal support, but must be done from social organizations. We must support these strategic alliances within our political organizations, within our regions, within Latin America, like the Puebla group and other groups, but also at the more global, the more transatlantic level, and the different minorities that exist in our countries. We have much to do in this regard, and we must also sustain the legal processes, the trials and lawsuits of our political leaders, because it has a direct impact on their personal and family economy, and also the focus of strategic litigation, not just in the national system, but the international system, the United Nations, the inter-American legal system with all of its shortcomings. I'm sure a whole panel could be held just about that, and to actively support political participation of our grassroots, of our militants in political education. We need more political education, that people don't come in and try to change our minds with viral TikTok, that we truly sit down and educate and work to train our young people. Let me just conclude with one final thought. This communication part of the story, which brings to light political persecution. We need to explain it in a different way. The way we're explaining it here, it's not going to reach most people. We need to bring our discourse down to earth to tell people what is happening in language that young people can understand, which is the main electorate that we will have in the next elections of Ecuador. It's the same thing around Latin America. We're a very young population, so we have a lot of work, and it's a pleasure to share it with all of you. Thank you. We have a lot of work, but not a lot of time. And that's why we have to wrap it up. We have 2 more turns to go. Carlos, it's your turn to conclude. We spoke of the importance of social media. We spoke of how important social media are to confront the far-right authoritarian governments, but what other mechanisms do governments and progressive movements have to do away with or combat these movements and groups, and are we using them correctly? Okay, so I see I got the easy question. I said there are no magic solutions, and that is the truth, but some things are interesting to take into account. Beyond those mechanisms, I think it's essential that there be a true will to face the phenomenon with strict criteria and firmness. Otherwise, empty statements, citizens will just turn their back on political parties and governments. The most important thing is that we have a true will to do this and firmness when we do it, and that they not just be when something tragic happens or when there's a specific situations. There must be a regularity to this opposition to authoritarianism. Second, we must endow with proper economic resources some kind of office or observatory that can monitor the evolution of these parties or political groups. That is indispensable. Number 3, to train and educate civil servants of the government who work in the public administration, and especially law enforcement agencies, that there not be one single unit that is devoted to this. All civil servants that work on the streets must have training in this, and that they undertake any legal action necessary to stamp out any groups between these groups and civil servants, or these groups and police officers, because they have existed and they still exist. For example, when it comes to the firmness that I referred to, in Germany, the German government dismantled an entire unit of the army when they detected that there were members that belonged to neo-Nazi groups. And the other extreme, 1 week ago, a unit of the Spanish army held a mass in the Valle de los Caídos, the Franquist monument and cemetery, and the leader of that unit just received they opened disciplinary proceedings on him. And I know it might be controversial, but I don't think we should illegalize or prohibit these parties. Why not? I don't want us to fall into victimization. That way they would be able to exploit those situations, which are complex situations. If we go back to Germany, they tried to legalize the NDP, the neo-Nazi party. That was dismissed by the High Court in Germany because the wiretaps were considered illegal, and it all ended up in nothing. I would try to avoid that. And awareness-raising campaigns in schools and educational settings, these are essential. They're essential to create a critical spirit among our young people, and that they grow up and the new fad not be to be a far-right person. And victim services. The government must accompany victims. They must support them, follow up on their cases, stand by their side at all times. And there are some cases in which victims have felt ignored or neglected. Also, pay attention to the use and abuse of hate crimes, and try to have a fluid relationship with the prosecutors when it comes to hate crimes, because these crimes should be applied to cases of unprotected minorities and not armed police officers. So there are a number of measures that can be taken, but they can only be done if there's a true will to face this phenomenon. And I repeat what I said earlier. And before we try to do that, we must know them. Otherwise, any strategy that is attempted to eradicate or mitigate these movements will be in vain. They will be empty statements that look good and sound good, but it won't translate into tangible benefits. We must have knowledge, we must have firmness, rigor, and will. Thank you, Carlos. Clearly.
And to end with this round of specific questions, before Esther was talking about the importance of this type of space, like the Catalonia Progressive Forum, these international networking between progressive groups to have a joint front to authoritarianism. So in that sense, I would like to ask, what is the impact of international support to prevent authoritarian governments like the Turkish government? Is there anything to help you?
I would like to have kind of a distinction between we do work with a lot of international actors. I mean, partly because we have a strong internationalist agenda. We work with political parties and peoples and civil society organizations across the world, in the Middle East, in Europe, everywhere. And at the same time, we do a lot of diplomacy with institutions like the Council of Europe, OSCE, the European Parliament, etc. Let me tell you, very, very briefly summarize it. I mean, I think it is in vain to try to win the hearts of governments and states when you are struggling for rights and justice. You can't win the hearts of governments and states because they have none. They don't have hearts. They just don't have it. And because whenever we talk to government and state representatives, they always say, oh, how nice we are as the HDP and the Kurds, and how horrible President Erdogan is, he's a racist. Actually, they liken him all the time to Hitler and everything, but then they say, we have to work with him. Yeah. It is a kind of very interesting debate. Like the European Parliament, for example, is on our side all the time, but the European Union and the European Commission, more like governmental structures, yeah, there is the refugees and there are all kinds of things. Erdogan is blackmailing us, he's threatening us, and okay. And so that is why we have been pursuing a particular, I would say, strategy. In order to somehow influence those states and governments which do not have any hearts, we are working with people who do have hearts, and we are trying to get the support of those people to actually put an impact on their governments and their states. I think we need to have kind of, we can't directly go to them, but then we need to actually go around. We are in communication with a lot of people, a lot of political parties. I would say almost all parliaments, except for maybe Poland and Hungary. I mean, they don't like us anyways. We don't like them either. So except for these, I think everybody is siding with us, with the HDP and the Kurds and Rojava and whatever, right? Intellectuals, journalists included, parliamentarians, the general public, I think we have won that. So Erdogan is putting a lot of pressure on us at home, and we are trying to isolate him internationally. That's what we have been doing. So in that sense, yes, I mean, they are deeply concerned. I'm sure you are, you read those kinds of statements that we are deeply concerned, and whenever I actually hear some statements saying we are deeply concerned, I get deeply concerned, actually. Because we know that actually they can do more than just getting deeply concerned if they want to, right? But as Esther said, actually, their geostrategic priorities actually are very important. And when you look at Turkey, Turkey does occupy a very key location, not just within the NATO, not just being very close to Europe, and not just the refugee issues, but Turkey does have a very strategic kind of geopolitical location. And we know that, of course, the governments and states, they have to work with them We need to be realistic. I mean, don't expect the impossible from those people. But there are always, despite all of these, there is always a space to talk to the people, actual people who do care about what we are doing in Turkey. As a final note, please put a mark on your calendar. July 3rd, we have our Congress, our 5th Congress. And given that we have a closure case, it may be our last Congress, actually. We have already sent out invitations to a lot of political parties here. You are more than welcome. Please come and join us as people are actually making and writing history right now. So that would be a very really good form of showing your solidarity. And please don't take our struggle there as just our struggle and you are coming and supporting us. It is your own struggle, actually, because if we defeat President Erdogan in Turkey, there will be tremendous consequences of that both in the Middle East and in Europe, given Turkey's kind of key location. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you to the 4 panelists for their presentations. And now we would have to have a round of questions from the floor. But unfortunately, we have no time for that. So I'm very sorry to cancel that part. So thank you for being with us for this hour and a half, listening to the very interesting points of view of our panelists. Thank you. Have a nice lunch.
Bona tarda. Arranquem.
Hello, good afternoon. So we're going to start with the final block of this first edition of the Catalonia Progressive Forum. And we're doing it this time to talk about how fundamental are fundamental values and how the European Union, what the European Union is doing to protect human rights. So we have Paul Gavan, Senator of Sinn Féin, Ireland, Jordi Soler, MEP of Esquerra Republicana, Mariana Mortágua, who is the deputy from Bloco de Esquerda, Portugal, and Luis Lemkov, who is emeritus professor of the UAB. Now, so we will continue along with the same system. So we will, each speaker will first address the subject, and then we will have 3 rounds of questions to answer very specific questions, all right, that we will broach as we go along. So let us start with this first round, and I would like to ask each of the speakers to explain from their perspective what is the role of left parties, progressive parties, in the defense of democracy and the rights and freedoms in the face of the rise of authoritarianism. So I would like to call on Mariana Mortágua to take the floor. Hello, good evening. I'm going to speak in English. Okay.
I want to speak to more people than my Catalan and friends from Galicia. Thank you for the invitation and the opportunity to be here. It's really interesting to get to know you all and to have this chance to share some experiences and also to pay our honors and homenagem to the Catalan militants here and for your struggle, which is an example for all of us. So thank you all for this opportunity. When the first time I received the document with the discussion we would have, the document referred to European values. To what extent are European values and fundamental rights guaranteed in the European Union? And I started thinking, what are European values? What does it mean to talk about European values? Solidarity, democracy, living standards, are these European values? And based on what we assume that Europe defends European values? Because when Europe says that Turkey is not enough to join the EU, but then pays Turkey to contain the refugee crisis, are we defending European values? Or when the European Union says that the oppression of the Spanish state towards Catalonia is an internal affair, but then the European Union messes up with our pension system and has a word to say about our salaries or our social security system, is the European Union defending European values? What are European values? Because as far as I can remember, European Union has been always like this. So I still question what are European values and who defends European values? Macron, Draghi? Are those the defenders of the European values? Where are those European values stated? In the Lisbon Treaty? In the Maastricht Treaty? In the Fiscal Treaty? In the European Semester? In the Fiscal Compact? Where are those European values in the rules that decide our lives every day, especially when you are a small country? Jordi referred yesterday that inequality destroys democracy, and it's true. But when you look at our reality, and especially from a Portuguese perspective, the EU, the European Union, as an institutional expression of neoliberalism, is responsible for raising inequalities, for dismantling our welfare system, for destroying traditional and collective ways of organizing the society and defending ourselves. So this has been the role of the European Union in the past 20 years. And it has done this through soft policy, but also through very hard policy, if you are Greece or if you're Portugal. So it's not only, the comrade from Syriza said this yesterday, and I agree, it's not only this hegemony, ideological, they have hard power on our countries. They decide what we can or what we cannot do. And the moment a progressive government was elected in Europe, the European Union did what it had to do. It destroyed it. Because the European Union cannot allow a progressive government. It's not possible in their mindset to allow the real experience of having a progressive government in Europe, because that would tell people that it's possible. And if it's possible, the European Union is at risk as the neoliberal project of dismantling welfare states. So, again, what are European values? Who defends them? What alliance can we make? And I'm not sure, and I'm a little bit afraid of these. What I'm saying, I know it might not be consensual among us, but I still want to say it. I'm not sure of this strategy of division. Where do we put the line? Us and them. They are the fascists, true, them. But who is us? Where is the division? As European Union? As liberal Democrats? Where is what is us? Because what seems to me, and what I'm afraid, is that fascism is for sure our enemy, and we are Democrats. But I'm not a liberal Democrat. And liberal Democrats are part of the problem, and we are part of the solution. And we need to keep this in mind. Because when we set the us line in the European Union, when we get to the point when it is European Union against the barbarian, then we are in the same bag with the neoliberals. And we cannot be an alternative to neoliberals. So this is what I'm most afraid right now. I'm not saying that between Le Pen and Macron we should not vote or not take a stand. We should vote Macron because it's against Le Pen. But that's the end of the line. And before we get there, we can't dissolve ourselves in this general idea of democracy against fascism. And I'm trying to finish right now with this idea of fascism. I know that fascism is our enemy, and someone was telling this earlier on, and I completely agree, that how do we fight fascism as a progressive left? First, if you let them set the terms of the debate, we are not only playing their game and talking about what they want us to talk about, but we will find ourselves defending the neoliberal state instead of posing an alternative to the neoliberal state. And in that sense, fascism is the best ally of neoliberalism and of even socialist parties in Europe. Marta said that before, and it's the same thing in Portugal. The Socialist Party is using the Fascist Party, Chega, extreme right, to prove to the country that they are the left. And they are blackmailing the country to vote for them to stop fascism. And what they are doing in reality is to eliminate the left wing. Because the Communist Party and the left bloc will not survive under this permanent blackmail against fascism. So what we need to do is not to dissolve ourselves in this big alliance of Democrats against fascists, because we are not the problem, we are the solution, and they are the problem, the system and the socialist parties and the social liberal governments that led to this situation and allowed inequalities and all these landfill in which fascism can grow. So I think we should focus on radical proposals, focus on bringing alternatives, on creating narratives, as we were saying, and I hope I'll have a little bit more time to talk about this. But if they want to fight abortion, we want to enlarge abortion rights, and we have proposals for it. And I'm sure we'll have more people than them to support our proposal. So when they go low, we go high. That's what our comrades said. And I think it's the best expression to synthesize what I think we should do as progressive left.
Okay, thank you. And now I will ask, perdó, gràcies. Ara li toca el torn al...
Now it is Jordi Soleil's turn to answer this initial question of what should be the role of left-wing parties to face and answer fascism as we defend rights and freedoms. Thank you and good afternoon. The first thing I'd like to say is thank you. Thanks to the international delegates for being in Barcelona. Being in Barcelona in the city center on a Saturday in June and sitting in a hotel all day is truly meritorious. Therefore, thank you, and don't worry, we'll let you go soon. Having said that, and in response to the question by Meriche, the role of left-wing parties and figures to defend democracy, the first thing I'd like to say is that democracy is not the property of anyone other than Democrats. And there can be Democrats of different types, of different sensibilities. So democracy, we must be honest and admit that it's not the exclusive property of the left. Having said that, let me also add, clearly, if we have democracies today, as imperfect as they may be, as improvable as they may be, we have them because in the day there were those who, in a transformative, revolutionary, rebellious way, in a way that went against the privileges, in a way that went against the elites and powerful classes, those people rose up and said, enough is enough. Those attitudes of transformation, those attitudes of change, of radicalness, vis-a-vis authoritarian systems, bringing about democratic regimes, those values, those attitudes are the property of the left. Because by definition, the left is anti-conservative. The left is transformative. We want to change things. Clearly, the origin of democracies, we can find at the roots struggles, not just for strictly democratic values such as the right to vote, universal suffrage, such as other rights and freedoms. That is part of it, but not the only part of it. To have more coherent societies for social equality, clearly here the left has played a decisive role. I say left insofar as we could term left as it was defined at the emergence of democracy around the world. As we speak in general terms, we always run the risk of overgeneralizing and losing nuances. But as we face this risk, I believe that the left wing has externalized, outsourced the defense of democracy, democratic values, and democratic freedoms excessively to others. We don't always defend democracy on the left, and this has been repeated several times today. Democracy is something we can never take for granted. It must be defended, it must be fought for every day. Sometimes it seems to me that the left wing does do that. Take democracy for granted, and the defense of democratic values is often left in the hands of others. And that is a mistake, in my view. It's a mistake because the struggle to improve and delve further into democracy is indeed a struggle for progress, social progress in that regard. Therefore, we could say that we have a role in the roots of democracy, we have a role in the maintenance and improvement of democracy, and third, we have a role in which we must confront those who want to do away with or dilute or weaken democracies. These far right-wing movements, fascists and so forth. If anyone will stand up to these people in a decisive way, determined way, and an organized way, it must be the left in the broadest sense of the term, as we are the ones who are most convinced that any space that we cease to defend, any democratic space of freedoms that we cease to defend from the left will soon be occupied by those right-wing, authoritarian, populist, far-right figures. So, to sum up, democracy is the property of Democrats. There can be different kinds of Democrats, but in the origin, defense, and fight for the continuation of democracy, the left still has a very relevant role. Okay, thank you, Jordi. And now we will give the floor to Paul Gavan. Please give us your opinion. Please give us your opinion on how left-wing parties should defend rights and fundamental freedoms.
Pleasure to be here. Thanks so much for the invitation. I think it's been a wonderful conference, and my compliments to our comrades here in Barcelona in particular. I have to say there's so much that I've agreed with in terms of the whole host of speakers that we've heard today. When you sit in the Irish Senate, you regularly get lectured on European values by people on the right and people in the so-called centrist positions. I wonder what Julian Assange thinks of European values at this point in time. The contrast between the clamor for Navalny to be freed in Russia and the absolute silence in relation to Assange was particularly striking. Andre yesterday evening spoke about highlighting double standards. And when we talk about European values, we have to be upfront about the fact that there's lots of good things in the articles underneath the European Treaty in terms of human rights. But equally, there's huge double standards at play that we all know about. The most recent one I'd refer you to is the issue of the TRIPS waiver. We know that we need a TRIPS waiver to see vaccine justice across the world, and we know the role of the European Union has been to block a TRIPS waiver at every step of the way. There's the reality, unfortunately, of European values. I can talk about Libya and the support for the Coast Guard to ensure that people are rounded up and sent back for slavery, torture, rape, and murder. That's the reality, unfortunately, of European values as they're actually implemented today. The irony, of course, is that when you look at the war in Ukraine and the very generous and positive response of the European Union, you see what's possible. And you think this is a wonderful thing. It's great to see Ukrainian refugees supported, as they should be, because of the awful invasion by Putin. But then you have to contrast it with the fortress Europe that still applied to everybody else. And as has been referenced earlier, the disgraceful deal with Turkey in relation to migrants. So what is our role as progressive parties? I think the first thing is to call out those double standards, to call out clearly that there is a fiction about European values, while at the same time recognizing that we need to lead on these issues, because if we don't, nobody else will. I think that the big task for all of us here, though, is to figure out how we link the campaigns for human rights and freedoms to our own struggles in our own jurisdictions in order to win. because that's what we have to do. If we're going to change Europe for the better, if we're going to forge a new Europe, then we have to win power. And to my mind, and it's been said by a number of speakers, what we have to do is make the link between human rights, between the importance of democracy and the need to deepen that democracy and expand those rights. So that when I talk to workers in Ireland today who are on a minimum wage that doesn't even afford them the chance to pay their bills or put food on the table, well, that's a human right that needs to be addressed. We need to see a Europe where decent wages are established. And that in turn means taking on the neoliberal model, which we've been subjected to now for 40 years. And the political point there I would make is that neoliberalism is all about weakening democracy. It's about taking parts of the state that were under democratic control and hiving them off, outsourcing them, making life much worse as a consequence. I'll give you a simple example. In Ireland, successive Conservative governments, and by the way, we've only ever had a Conservative government in Ireland, decided that the best way to look after elder care would be just to privatise it. So right now, if you've got an elderly parent, effectively your only choice is to send them into a private nursing home. The standards would be poor. The workers who work there will be exploited. And yet, if you ask the people, is this what you voted for? Is this what you chose? Of course not. I mean, none of these parties stood up and said, if you vote for us, we'll privatise elder care. But they just did it. And once it's done, they use the EU excuse, well, you know, we've liberalised the market. What can you do? Now, that's a fundamental point that has to be changed. And it's just one example. My point being that what we need to do on the left is forge an argument that link human rights to economic rights, to the challenge that we need to make against neoliberalism, to build and forge a new model. And I do believe it can be done, but if we don't address those rights, if we don't address the fact that, again, I'll speak about the country I know, Ireland, there's a massive housing crisis. We should have a right to housing in our constitution. That should be a central right for all working people across Europe. It certainly isn't where I live. Health services have been run down for decades, again, because of this focus on outsourcing, on cutbacks and so on and so forth from the Great Recession. So fundamental rights in terms of health, housing and decent work, those are the issues we need to address and we need to be seen to lead on. If we lead on those and if we build effective solutions, we can win power. But just to be clear, I'm not suggesting some kind of soft centrist approach. I'm suggesting that when we get into power, that we have to be seen to deliver. We have to be seen to fundamentally take on the status quo. And that will not be easy by any means. But we have to do this because, you know, fundamentally, look, Sinn Féin's position is we are critically engaged with the European Union. We don't support leaving it, but we do support radical reform of the most fundamental kind. And I think that reform, and it was referenced by Lorena yesterday, has to come from a mobilization of people. I don't think politicians are going to actually deliver that new Europe. I think it has to be a mobilization of peoples. And our job, and this is the hardest part of it, is to mobilize those people. But I'll finish on this point. The best way to do that is to listen to their needs, address their needs, and build a progressive platform for fundamental change that challenges the model of capitalism that we are subjected to today. Thank you.
Moltes gràcies, Paul. Ara és el torn del Luis Lemkov. Luis, què creus que hem de fer els partits progressistes?
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be part of this panel. I'm going to start in a rather narcissistic manner, and I'm going to talk about myself. It's not done, but I'm going to. A short biographical note. I was born in Sweden of a refugee family from a Russian, Ukrainian, Jewish family. I was brought up and trained and educated in the UK, and I've been living in Catalonia for 47 years. What the hell is a person with my biography doing being in favor of the self-determination of Catalonia? Why? It has a lot to do with human rights, and it has a lot to do with the repressive nature of the Spanish state and the very, very unjust deal that Catalonia has had over centuries. But like many people who are now pro-independence in Catalonia, most of us who are now in favor of independence were not pro-independence 20 years ago. there has been a big shift in Catalonia of people moving from a federalist, progressive left position to being in favor of independence. And as I said before, it has to do with obviously the history, the very tense relationship between Spain and Catalonia, and the very unjust deal that Catalonia has been dealt with. But we're talking not about Catalonia here, but about Europe and the European Union, but I'd like to go beyond simply the European Union. And it is said that there has been an erosion of human rights worldwide in Europe, and I think this is undoubtedly true. In fact, it's an understatement. It's been systematic and it's well organized. Organized by governments, organized and promoted by political parties, political organizations, movements. But it's very easy to do a blame game, saying, well, it's all to do with the rotten, repulsive right. The progressive left has some responsibility for where we are. We have often not delivered on our promises, living in a very unequal society, where we have always promised, as a progressive left, to do something about inequalities. And we have not often delivered. But if we're looking at the violations of human rights, we can start with Trump's attempt at a coup d'etat. We can talk about the UK. We can talk about the new policing bill, which is draconian and repressive in terms of freedom to demonstrate. That's a new law that's just been passed by the Westminster Parliament, an appalling law. We can talk about what Robert Massey said about the UK Rwanda scandal, sending immigrants, asylum seekers to Rwanda. I won't go into detail. Denmark, well, Denmark's a civilized, Nordic, progressive country, but what have they done with immigrations? A complete double standard on whether they're Syrians or whether they're Ukrainians. It's unacceptable that they are treated so radically differently, those two communities. If you are black, brown, non-Christian, non-European, you have a very, very different treatment. If you are Ukrainian, this is not acceptable. There are not good and bad immigrants or asylum seekers. That doesn't exist. Poland, the list is too long to read. Hungary, being an academic, I just have to say, well, one of the things they've done there is to basically close down a progressive, modern university which was promoting critical thought, the Central European University. That's been condemned by the European Court of Justice. So we have all these things happening worldwide. And of course, it's happening here. It's happened here in Spain. It's happened here in relation to Catalonia. I've got 1 minute. Oh, my God. Well, this is a problem of being an academic. We're talking machines. Well, OK, just I have basically a few keywords: trust, mistrust, inequalities, and self-criticism. We've known for decades that there's been a growing mistrust of government, of public administrations. Why has this happened? It's not just about politics. It's about people not trusting their administration to deal adequately with public health crises. It's to do with their lack of not performing, not delivering, as Paul has said. There's been a lot of rhetoric from, including ourselves, the progressive left, and we have promised to resolve issues of inequalities, gender and social inequalities. We've only done it very, very partially. And this has created an environment of anti-politics, which has been filled by those people who claim to be anti-politics, which are the right, the far right, the fascistic right. that's there. We are situated in this post-truth political epoch, and we have been lied to by these people, but we ourselves have not responded adequately, in my view, and we ourselves have lied. As Adam Price said earlier today, the leader of the Labour Party, Prime Minister, lied about Iraq. This has not helped causes. And that's the environment which we're in. We have to do a hell of a lot better. We are, Esquerra is a party of dialogue, yes, but there are some things which are not negotiable. There are some things which are not negotiable, and we have to be uncompromising on some things, and those things are human rights. And also, we have to be uncompromising in our critique of the role and place of the Spanish state. And finally, just to say that in a pro-positive way, of course, there are many things we can do. We have to monitor, we have to run campaigns, we have to educate and have to be more empathetic. We're not good at explaining ourselves sometimes. Fact sheets with 10 points saying we're right and you're wrong don't work. We can forget it. Forget the fact sheets. We have to communicate in a different and creative way. I'm stopping. Thanks.
Moltes gràcies. Gràcies, Luis. Em sap greu haver de fer el paper de dolent.
Sorry to have to play the bad cop and cut you off, but we must all make sacrifices to get all the questions and all the answers in. Let's now have a bit of brief questions. If you could just respond in a couple of minutes, starting with Jordi. Let me ask you, clearly the European Union, or hypothetically the European Union, has a role in which they defend the human rights and the rule of law, but are the current mechanisms that they do that with sufficient? What is happening? They are neither sufficient nor do they work well. That's my opinion, but it's also based on fact. Let me explain a couple facts that back up my opinion. Basically, there are two main mechanisms in the European Union with which to protect, to say it one way, the rule of law and fundamental values. One is Article 7 of the treaty, the European Union Treaty, which establishes in cases in which member states are found to have any improper workings of the rule of law that may lead to a systematic violation of fundamental rights, the suspension of that member state, not the expulsion. There's no expulsion established in the European Union treaties. You can only leave the EU if you want to, and that you can't be kicked out. The only state to have done that was the UK, because they wanted to. So there's a suspension mechanism, which is established in Article 7 of the treaty, and it began to be activated in two cases. I say began to be activated and not activated because they didn't fully activate it. The two cases, as you know, are Poland and Hungary, in that order. First, it was activated for the case of Poland, essentially, due to matters or disciplinary measures taken against judges or the system with which they elect judges, which is not all that different from the Spanish system, by the way. And it's also a system inspired by the Spanish system. And that goes back to those double standards that we refer to in the EU, because the judge election or judge appointment system in Poland is a scandal. And in Spain, it's just one paragraph in an annual report on the situation of the rule of law in member states. So there's a clear double standard. But it was activated in the case of Poland, and also under Viktor Orban, it's been activated for Hungary due to different laws that blocked or hindered the operation of civil society organizations, basically due to that. But since it's a very complex mechanism, it has been activated or begun to be activated, but the activation process was not completed, or has not been completed yet. It is still underway. Because the procedure states that those who can ask for Article 7 to be activated are the European Commission, 4/5 of the member states, or a majority of the European Parliament. That's to activate the mechanism. Then there's a whole procedure for dialogue between the European Commission and the affected member state, in which the European Commission tells them, listen, you have some issues here, here, and here. You need to solve it this way or that way. Oh, I only have 1 minute. I'm only on Poland. But I didn't use up all my time in my first remarks, or did I? I'm afraid you did. Okay, well, let's get to the point. It's a very long, very burdensome procedure. Why is it that way? Because like anything in the EU, the states have to end up approving it. Clearly, Poland is a member state. Hungary is a member state. And when it comes to configuring that article, they all made sure, in fact, it's an article with several paragraphs, a very long article, they made sure that reaching the end of the process, that is the suspension of the right to vote in the council, it was practically impossible. That's just one mechanism. The other is the budgetary conditionality to compliance with the rule of law. And another recent example shows that this doesn't work either, because for a number of months, the Next Generation program, those funds, those investments, of a significant, historically record-breaking amount, the European Commission had their doubts about giving all that funding to Poland. On June the 1st, just a few days ago, the Commission decided to provide that funding to Poland, billions of euros, despite the fact that the Commission itself had said that Poland, if Poland did not complete the list of things to fix their issues, especially with the judiciary system, there would be no funding for them. Why has the Commission contradicted itself? And the European Parliament as well? Some groups have even threatened with a censor vote, a no confidence vote against von der Leyen if she does not change it, because the decision-making mechanisms are very complex. Sometimes you give me this and I'll give you that, so to speak. According to certain speculations, which I think may be well-grounded, the Commission has taken this course because there's another discussion on the tax on multinational corporations, that minimum of 15% tax rate, corporate tax rate, which is being opposed or blocked by Poland on the Council. So it's quid pro quo. But who ends up losing is the rule of law and fundamental rights. Okay, thank you, Jordi, and sorry to be so strict on time. Now, let me ask Marta Mortagua, why social inequalities, as we've said, why are they linked to the lack or regression in human rights and fundamental rights? And it seems that the finance system causes these inequalities to grow. How is this reflected and manifested in our societies?
Because I just want to say everything I have to say in a short time, so I just speed up. But I would like to say something, commenting on something that has been said, and you have been discussing it, and I think it's a good polemic, not a bad one. I don't think the progressive left has failed anyone. It depends on what we consider to be the progressive left. If you think that the progressive left is liberal social democracy, if you think that the progressive left is socialist parties, then yes, it has failed people. What is failing people is the idea that you can combine markets and liberal markets with democracy. This idea, which is the core of social liberalism in Europe, has failed. And fascism is here to prove it. You cannot combine liberal markets with democracy. But the progressive left has not failed because it was not in power. And I don't think we should take that responsibility. The only times we were in power, or even close to being in power, we were smashed, mostly because they were so afraid of us. And you know here, because you had to run away because of that. So I don't think we should take the blame or the responsibility for the big defeat of social liberalism. That was never our idea, it was never our project or our proposal. We are not failing people. We are still here defending everything we defended before, and probably it's because of that stand that neoliberalism didn't take everything it wanted to do. So now going to the relation between finance and inequalities, very shortly. There is a direct relation between finance and inequalities, and finance operates this instrument of dismantling the welfare state and does it by transforming everything into an asset. What the financial sector does is to transform rights into assets. Abel Riu yesterday was saying that everything is being securitized. He was talking about this in terms of defense, security. But securitization is also a financial process. It's a process in which you create new financial assets out of any stream of cash flows. It doesn't matter, I'm not going to explain you the details. What I'm saying is that through securitization, for example, banks can give credits to poor people and then transform those credits into assets and sell those assets in the markets. And so the banks will never have to take the responsibility for giving these extortionary credits to poor people. And what they are doing in these credits, they can do it in every sector. So every sector, it's part of this new movement in the economy called the shadow banking. Healthcare, environment, housing, school, everything is being transformed into a financial asset to this process of securitization and so on. And who dominates this new world are not the same institutions that we were used to hear about. Do you know what Goldman Sachs is? Do you know Goldman Sachs? But do you know BlackRock? Do you know Vanguard or State Street? Okay, then you know. BlackRock, Vanguard, and State Street, they own more than 20% of the stock markets in the US. So these are a new power that controls governments, controls policies. BlackRock is the advisor of the European Commission for green policy in banking, but is also the largest owner of fuel investments. So BlackRock owns the world and now is a new part of this financial, I'm finishing, this financial relation. And the problem is so tricky that the very system is offering solutions to people that are angry at the system. When you look at Bitcoin or cryptocurrencies, these are people angry at the system and using the financial system to win in some way because someone is telling them that Bitcoin or cryptocurrencies will bring democracy and will allow them to have a decent life and a decent wage, which they cannot get by working. So the financial system is working in all these ways by transforming the welfare state into assets and by, at the same time, providing people that have been destroyed by capitalism with an alternative and a solution. So these are the new realities we have to deal with, and I'll give you my opinion on how we can do it maybe later on.
Molt bé. Moltes gràcies, Marta.
Thank you, Marta.
Per la brevetat.
Thank you. And now, Luis Lemkov, we would like to ask you to talk about another of the effects. Climate crisis is generating a lot of problems. So what are the values and rights that are being threatened? Okay, so I would like to answer in English the question on the climate crisis.
Access to a healthy climate as a human right. It's taken a long time to get there, but there are very good reasons for doing that. Why should a healthy environment be important as a human right? Because the environment affects our health and well-being. It's as simple as that. It determines, at our birth, our economic, social, and ecological circumstances, our environment will determine many parts of our future trajectory as human beings. So environment, having access to a healthy environment is critical to our well-being and to our health. Now, this is very closely related to inequalities. Climate crisis. The climate crisis, quite rightly, we are told, it's a planetary phenomenon, which it is. So it affects the whole planet, it affects all countries, but in a very differentiated way. That is to say, climate change, the crisis does not affect people equally. It depends on their social and economic circumstances. The impact is very clearly much more powerful in terms of what we could call vulnerable communities, vulnerable people. Who are those people? They are related to social and gender inequalities. There are many more women than men who are more impacted, and people of lower income. It's very clear. We know the statistics, our famous footnotes that we shouldn't hand out to people to say we're right, but this is part of our job as academics. We have to explain what's going on in the world, and there is a very sharp relationship between inequalities and climate change. And we only need to go to Bangladesh. Bangladesh, every year, it has terrible floods, violent storms. They get worse because part of climate change is more severe weather. Increasing sea level, the poorest people living right on the coast, of course, they get flooded and they get killed. There are tens of thousands of people every year who die on the low-lying coasts of South Asia. Now, that is a fact, and that is the importance of relating to what Raul Romeva said. Inequalities cover many different spaces of our lives. That is environment, that is gender relationships, and so on. They are there, and we have to deal with them. And so the environment and the climate crisis concretely impacts on our health and well-being and is very often life-threatening. This is going to get worse. So we have obviously to prioritize, this area of activity from the progressive left. We have been poor at it. We have been weak. We haven't done enough, and I can start with Catalonia. We want an energy transition. We are at the bottom in Spain of renewables. This is unacceptable. We have to do things about it. It can't stay where it is. And that is a big challenge for the progressive left. I think we've assimilated the idea, but it's urgent. It can't go on as it is. Thank you.
Molt bé, Luis. Moltes gràcies, Luis. I ara és el torn de...
Thank you, Luis. And now, Paul, would you please tell us why we should consider the right of self-determination as an element that will help guarantee rights and freedoms?
Well, self-determination is at the core of my party's struggle, and it's also at the core of democratic values. Democracy doesn't happen in a vacuum. And we've seen the alternative. Unfortunately, our comrades here in Catalonia have seen the alternative. If you don't recognize and deal in a democratic way with the expressed wishes of people for independence, we've seen what happens. We've seen the Spanish state in all of its viciousness. And no one could ever describe that as a democratic response to the people of Catalonia. It's quite the opposite. So to my mind, self-determination is fundamental. It's fundamental, and it's a test for all of us on the left, because none of us can stray from that point. We have to recognize and respect the rights of the people of the Basque region, of Catalonia, and indeed Galicia, to persevere and win their independence. But there can't be any middle ground. There can't be any fudge when it comes to that. Of course, self-determination on its own will not deliver freedom. To my mind, the words Republican and socialist go together. And to be frank, I don't think either word works effectively on its own. It has to be that vision for a new society. And I would just reflect back on what Marianne has said. We do need to confront the fact that the neoliberalism and the commodification of all aspects of society is actually written into the DNA of the European Union as it stands at the moment. That's a fundamental problem that we have to address. We won't win our freedom simply by self-determination, but self-determination has to be the starting point. And I speak as someone who comes from a country where we haven't yet established self-determination. We're on the road to do it. I believe we'll do it in this coming decade. But it's after 100 years, well, 800 years of struggle actually, but particularly in the last 100 years. So it's a fundamental core principle that the left must recognize and endorse without equivocation. Thank you.
Molt bé. Moltes gràcies, Paul.
Thank you for that, Paul. Now, another round of brief questions and answers. Luis, could you please tell us the role that you think civil society should play in the defense of rights and freedoms, especially, as you say, oftentimes there is an affectation, a greater affectation of certain social groups, young people, women. Could you speak to that, please? Yes, thank you. The role of civil society, social movements, and so forth. I was in Glasgow last year at the COP26. Very disappointed, I might add, but that could have been expected. But there was a very important demonstration, a massive demonstration. And above all, you noticed right away it was intergenerational in a big way. It wasn't just a single group, but there was a very significant presence of young people and women on the front lines. That was clear. And if we look and study the social composition of activism in recent years regarding climate change and other environmental issues, there's a clear bias toward the leading roles being played by young people and women. Clearly other groups as well, men as well. And another thing that's very important is the cultural diversity that is present in those movements. So what should we do? What must we do? For the defense of human rights, what's most important is to internationalize issues that are local. That is, here in Catalonia, we must explain, it is our duty to explain to the world. We must raise awareness around the world among other stakeholders, among other movements, but also human rights associations outside our country. If we don't do this, we will not progress. I believe it is truly urgent to give these explanations, to give this education, to truly explain what is really going on with relation to the Spanish state, to truly explain the repression mechanisms that are all too present. Jordi has mentioned the Pegasus spying program, but it's just one example of many. Jordi also mentioned the Accounts Court, Tribunal de Cuentas, the Auditor's Court of Spain. And we have to explain these things. We have to tell these stories. We can't just be inward looking and say, oh, woe is me. We must look outward. The progressive left, even if they're not in favor of independence, are sensitive to the violations of human rights. And this is a very important task that must be done from the civil society. And here, with reference to Catalonia, here we do have a tradition of mass mobilization. I came to Catalonia in 1975 before the death of Franco, and immediately thereafter there were a number of big demonstrations in favor of amnesty, which we are still claiming at this time here in Catalonia for everything that has happened. Oh, as always, I'm running out of time. And amnesty, as I was saying, in the 70s, 75, 77, the anti-NATO movement, which is also very important for our future. When we are independent, what will we do with NATO? But also in the 80s, there were mass demonstrations. Catalan civil society moves, and that is a very special tool. 70% of all Catalans voted against joining NATO. But throughout Spain, we lost the referendum. The Iraq War, another case. We hit the streets en masse. The right to hold a referendum. There were the most massive demonstrations ever seen. And another very important point, these demonstrations in favor of immigration. That's also very important. So we have hit the streets. We have hit the streets to support the open arms, boats and programs. That's part of our background. That's part of our DNA, and it is fundamental to advance in human rights. Thank you, Luis.
Thank you, Luis. Jordi Soler. Besides the demonstrations of civil society, and now related to the European Union and the debates that have generated some expectations, what can we expect from this conference? There have been proposals from European citizens regarding the guaranteeing of human rights. Can you talk about that? Yes. The conference on the future of Europe, I was part of the plenary, and there was a positive note and one was not so positive. One of the positive aspects was that it was very innovative, that there was a lot of citizens' participation. That is good because they combined the participation of citizens that they selected randomly, and they combined them with other persons who were representatives of the European Parliament, of the Council. So the part of the citizens, the role of the citizens was very important. And that was one of the positive aspects when we met in Strasbourg, and we were working and we were in different working groups. You could see their commitment, and they were chosen, just randomly. More than approximately 100 persons were chosen like this. So that was a very positive exercise that combined different types of citizens and their implication. So there was a different implication of the representative, so to say. But almost nobody knows that this conference for the future of Europe was going on for a whole year. And that's a pity because there was this innovative aspect of citizens' participation. So we have a document that can be downloaded from the website. It has 9 proposals and 28 measures of 49 proposals in over 8 areas. And there are proposals also regarding democracy, fundamental rights, rule of law, etc. So now I want to share the system of protection of the European Union. It has two weaknesses that are important. In the first place, the effective protection of these rights is in the hands of the states. So we have a Charter of Fundamental Rights, which is one of the most advanced internationally because it refers to civil, political rights, but it is there has to be European. It is only applied when the European legislation is at play. So a citizen can only say, my fundamental rights were not respected, were violated, and he cannot say that my rights were violated, but it has to be related to the legislation, etc. So this is a weakness of the Charter of Human Rights. It should be applicable in all circumstances, and the citizens are demanding this. This is part of the conclusions of the Conference for the Future of Europe. And then the fundamental rights, another aspect is related to immigration and the refugees. We know that there have been several cases of refugees being sent back, the building of walls, systematic violations of the rights of refugees and immigrants. It's a big black hole in the European Union. Right now, there are countries in the east that have on the frontier with Belarus. They are asking to legalize the pushbacks to return the refugees as they arrive. So they are not giving them, respecting their fundamental human rights. So if the immigrants cross the border, they can be pushed back by the police. And the European Union is considering these measures. So the Conference for the Future of Europe considers that it should the defense of fundamental human rights should always be defendable. They should be able to propose laws, and this doesn't happen right now. We cannot propose laws, and we have to work for the laws to come down to us from the European Union. But from the Parliament, we cannot propose new legislation. And then there's another important aspect. What is going to happen with our proposals? We have asked the European Parliament, in Strasbourg, we have asked the states to activate the revision of the treaties and to set up a new convention to improve the treaties of the European Union. And yes, there is a group in favor, a group against in the European Union. We are federalist in Esquerra Republicana, and we are in favor of the transformation of these treaties. Thank you.
Enllaçant una mica. Paul, if we link up between the demands that we've received from citizens, society, this will to hold referendums, what do you think? What should be the response that the European Union should give to those demands to hold referendums and exercise the right to self-determination?
Know what the response should be. It should be a democratic response that recognizes the right to self-determination. When we saw what happened in Catalonia in 2017, it was a complete affront to the values that we're told the European Union subscribes to. So, following on from the last speaker, this is a real test at this point in time, because we need to see the European Union in terms of how it deals with its project in terms of the future of Europe, but also in terms of this really important talk about revision of the treaties, deal with this issue of recognizing the democratic right of peoples to their self-determination. A legal framework should be established. and a democratic dialogue should begin. Because we know what the alternative is. The alternative is more repression, a more centralized state. And here's the thing. There's no middle ground here. You either believe in democratic rights and you subscribe to them and you fight for them, which I think all of us on the left should do and hopefully does do, or you don't. So in terms of what the European Union needs to do now, it needs to recognize that people do want referendums, that they do want to establish independence. And that's a democratic exercise. And the idea that you just simply say no and slam the doors on that, all that does is further undermine this European project that we spend so much time talking about. And I do think that the coming months and year is going to be fundamental in terms of the direction of the EU. My point being the direction of travel for the last 40 years has been regressive in the extreme at the expense of all of our peoples. If we're going to have a genuine democratic overhaul of the European Union, if that's possible, then it has to start with a fundamental acceptance of the principle of self-determination and work out the rules to enable that to happen in a democratic way, to let the people decide. If it doesn't, then I think all of us on the left need to work towards mobilization in terms of moving people to demonstrate, to really fundamentally challenge for fundamental democratic rights. We have to do that because we know what the alternative is. We can see where we're drifting to, and we've all spoken about it over the last 24 hours in terms of the dangers of the far right. But the dangers of the far right are almost inevitable if you keep going on the course that we're going in terms of unfettered capitalism wreaking havoc across communities and across societies. If the left doesn't provide those answers, then we know where we're going to go. So there has to be a fundamental demand from the democratic forces on the left for a fundamental reappraisal at the European Union level to recognize the right to self-determination and indeed to fundamentally review the EU treaties, because they are certainly not fit for purpose for the type of Europe that we need to build together.
Molt bé. Gràcies. Gràcies.
Thank you for that, Paul. Mariana. Now, we are talking about what the EU can do. We've mentioned a few of the rights, but there's one, the right of the one that involves financial exclusion, that threatens rights and liberties. What can the EU do about that? What can the EU do to prevent or remedy financial exclusion?
When we think that it's easier to change the European Union than our own state. I understand that from a point of view, European Union can be a guarantee, or we want it to be a guarantee of human rights against an oppressive state. In other cases, the European Union is oppressing states, as in my case. So since the crisis in Greece, I keep thinking about this. Why do we think that it's easier to change European institutions than to change the power in our own country and own state? And why do we allow ourselves to have this feeling? Because the day the European Union changes, and I think it's possible, it's the day when we also change our own state. Because if we have such power to change the European Union, means that we also have that power in our own state. I don't think these are two different processes. These are the same process. It means that we conquered the majority of the population. We are a social majority. And so this contradiction, certainly, I think it disappears, because what we fight for is a social majority. And when we have it to change Europe, it means we have it at home too, or at least in a majority of countries in Europe. So in that sense, what should European Union do to fight financial exclusion or the impact of finance in inequalities? It just stop doing whatever it's doing. Just stop. I'm not sure if you know two the two new toys of the European Union in terms of finance, the banking union and the capital markets union. So the banking union transferred all the powers in terms of finance to the ECB. Our states are not in control of our banks anymore. We cannot have state-owned banks. We are forbidden from putting public money into banks. And if a bank goes bankrupt, the European Union will liquidate it or not. But they decide. We don't get to decide if our bank stays or not. And we don't get to own a bank if a bank goes bankrupt. So this is the banking union. And now we have the capital markets union, which is the European Union saying, look, your banking system is too old and traditional, and we want it to make more modern. So we want to make our financial system to look more like the United States financial system. So let's bring companies and markets together. Let's make companies issue new instruments so they can have access to capital markets, so they can bring more investment and jobs. So they are creating this capital markets union and imposing securitization and high financial engineering in all countries through this capital markets union to create a huge shadow banking system in Europe. This is what the European Union is doing right now in the financial sector, plus all the blah, blah, blah of green finance and so on. So as far as I'm concerned, and I hope we have time to discuss also what we can do, the European Union can just be quiet. And that will be already a really good help.
Molt bé. Moltes gràcies, Mariana.
Thank you, Mariana. And now we will go to the last round of questions. And I would like to ask the panelists to stick to 3 minutes. And so it's Paul's turn now. Paul, can you explain and respond to the doubt we have? Do you think that that the freedom of I'm sorry, that it's guaranteed in Ireland? Could you repeat the question, maybe? Okay, thank you.
Secure we are in our right to get a referendum for Irish unity, North and South. So this was set out in the Good Friday Agreement in 1998, and that's an internationally recognised agreement. And look, to be fair, the EU is one of the guarantors of that agreement, and that's one of the reasons why the EU is important to us right now. And it states that the Secretary of State shall exercise the power if at any time it appears likely to him or her that a majority of those voting would express a wish that the North of Ireland should cease to be a part of the UK and form part of the United Ireland. So it's not completely foolproof, but we believe it gives us enough as part of the agreement to secure a referendum. Why do we think that? Well, because we've been on a journey since 1998. As I'm sure you'll be aware, we recently emerged as the largest party in the North of Ireland, a truly historic moment in terms of our struggle. The opinion polls tell us that Sinn Féin are the most popular party in the South, and what we've managed to do is for the first time established a left-right divide in Ireland. Believe it or not, up until 2016, we only ever had right-wing governments of one hue or another. So if they weren't in government, they were in opposition. So we were completely dominated by conservative forces. We've managed to change that. We do believe that if we continue to build our movement, and we see ourselves as a national liberation movement, we see ourselves bringing fundamental social, economic, and political change to our country, that we will win that referendum, because the reality is, if the opinion polls continue to go the way they are, if we get into governments in the South and in the North, we will have the power to push and insist that that referendum takes place. And then, of course, the challenge is to win it. But we do believe that since Brexit in particular, we're in a fundamentally different space. And we believe that the will is there and the support will be there to deliver Irish unity and finally get our own self-determination. So it's a very exciting time to be involved in politics in Ireland. We take nothing for granted. You can't take anything for granted when you've been dealing with a country like Britain, who has stooped to absolutely everything in their time in terms of trying to stop us achieving our freedom. But we believe the referendum will take place, and we believe that stipulation of the Good Friday Agreement, while it's not completely waterproof, I think with the power of public opinion and the power of our political project, we'll be able to deliver a date for referendums north and south and deliver the Republic. Thank you.
Hopefully. Esperem I confiem que així sigui, que pugueu celebrar el referèndum.
I hope that you will be able to hold the referendum. Thank you. Luis, to continue with what we were saying before, the mechanisms and actions that have to, the public opinion, demonstrations. So what synergies, what mechanisms do we have to achieve that synergy between social society, political parties, to get the legislation to ensure our human rights? Well, complicity, internationalization, these are two key words. We have had the example of the movements and that have done wonderful work. They have done international networking, and they have achieved it. And we have to learn from this very emblematic example. We are now doing important work. The Euro senators, the Laura Conseil, they are doing wonderful lobbying, and they're doing hard work. But we have to continue, and we have to take our work to the international arena. We have to talk about what we are doing here, and we have to achieve that complicity between social society and the political parties in order to articulate this process and explain what we are doing. We are going deeper, but we are not going sufficiently deep. Here in Catalonia, we have the different representatives who are doing good work, but it is not sufficient. We have to demonstrate outside of Catalonia, and this goes for Ireland as well. We have to talk about our worries. We have to talk to them. We have to talk to everybody internationally. That is very important. And we have to work with human rights associations. They have played an important role in our case. I'm a member of the executive board of European Lawyers for Democracy and Human Rights, and we have denounced, we have made statements in favor of the Turks. Every time we have had an urgent matter, we have got together and we have taken this to the press. If we have to also publicize what we are doing. It's pointless being angry, and then our anger will have no use. So we have to explain to the outside world. So these organizations have to continue working solidly, and we have to do more. I also think that we have to have a dialogue. We have to explain things. But there are points where we cannot give up. When there is a violation of human rights, like in Northern Ireland, that was barbarous. If we had problems, Northern Ireland and Turkey have to be denounced. We cannot renounce that. We cannot not do that. I think it is absolutely essential. We also have to, in relation to communication, we cannot be you know, we can just, we cannot simply work with fact sheets. We have to communicate empathy and our sympathies. There's a lot we have to do, but I will stop there. Thank you very much, Luis.
Let me just add that the human rights associations have played a very special role as we face the observation and reporting of cases and trials that have been held in Turkey, Russia, and also here. Bill Bering is an expert on this. He came to Madrid. He went to Madrid to observe the trials of the Catalan political leaders and wrote a very critical report. We need these things. We must work with these people. And to conclude one very specific case, Bill Bowery won the Litvinenko case against the Russian state. They found in his favor. It was found that they did assassinate Litvinenko, the Russian state. So this is a very important task. And it's also done in the Parliamentary Assembly of the European Parliament, of the European Council, excuse me. Mariana, now, with everything that we've said about what we must do to ensure economic and social rights, we know that the EU has been built around an economic space, access to markets, and so forth. How should the financial system be modified? What should we do for Europe to better guarantee those social rights and overcome inequalities?
Aggregate what we want. We want democratic ECB, so the Central Bank of Europe should be democratic. We want the dismantling of the current rules of banking and financial markets, and we want public banks. But don't even we get enthusiastic and convinced about these proposals. So we need to think different ways of bringing this fight to the people. It's not what we should do, it's how we should do. We have plenty of proposals in the left towards the financial system and to change the system. The problem is not the lack of proposals. The problem is how do we convince people and bring people together to fight together against this and pro other solution or projects. And I've been thinking a little bit about this, and sometimes we even think that we cannot be too radical because people don't like very radical options. And then I start thinking, well, but the right wing is growing. So if the extreme right wing is growing, it's because people are willing to hear and accept very radical proposals. It just to be some radical proposals that can say something to what I'm feeling, to the rage I'm feeling, to what concerns me. So if I want to think, how do we fight big finance right now? I get to only one solution: housing. Big finance is in the housing sector like never before. Big finance is the problem of housing, and you in Barcelona know that, and we in Lisbon know that, because of these big hedge funds that show up, buy houses, no one can compete with the prices they pay, and then people don't have where to live, and then you have the city full of rich people or tourists or Airbnbs, and this is getting people really angry. And it's not a problem of Portugal or Spain, it's an European problem. So I think housing and big radical proposals in housing may be a door that we can open to fight finance and big finance. And you've done it here, and we were really inspired by your proposals and your work in Barcelona, and other cities are doing so, but it's the only area where you can get there and say, look, hedge funds cannot own houses. And people will understand that. Can you imagine any other area in which you can say that the financial sector cannot hold something? doesn't exist. But in housing, you can say it and people believe it. And people think it's reasonable. Why should a hedge fund own housing, which is for living? That's the definition of housing. So I think housing can allow us to make big, fat proposals that people can understand, that are very radical, that question the financial sector, and that bring all this debate of human rights, the constitutional right to housing, of debating economic activity, the right of property on top of the right of having a house, because it's always about that. It's always about the property rights. The property rights are more respected than human rights. So the housing debate, I think it allows us to do all this, and if we manage to do it in a coordinated way, and if we can do it in a network, in an international network, I think it could be quite useful to have this discussion and to coordinate proposals in this sector.
Okay. Moltes gràcies, Mariana, per aquestes reflexions i finalment...
Thank you, Mariana, for those remarks. Last, Jordi, last question. Given all these needs, demands, things that have been coming up, what should the EU do? What changes should be made at the EU level to be a guarantor of democracy and human rights? Well, as we have very little time left, and it would also be nice to have a bit of debate and Q&A with the audience, just 4 basic ideas. I want an EU with the mechanisms to guarantee that the next time a government official authorizes state violence to stop a referendum, that elected official is put on trial. I want a European Union that respects throughout its territory the rights of refugees and migrants, because that is not the case today. I want a European Union that is as demanding with its member states as concerns the respect of and guarantee of fundamental rights as it is with the candidate states for accession that have long lists of pending tasks that are very demanding, that take years to comply with, but they are more demanding with those who want to enter the EU than they are with those who are already in certain topics, and especially when it comes to fundamental rights. Last, just as every week that we have the plenary session of the European Parliament and we approve resolutions on violations of human rights, for example, this week it was Nicaragua, China in Xinjiang, or Georgia, that we could also approve a resolution on the violations of human rights that occur inside the EU. Because as it turns out, we approve dozens of resolutions on human rights violations around the world, anywhere in the world, except here. It was impossible to approve a resolution on the violation of human rights in Catalonia. Therefore, I don't want a Europe with this double morality.
Molt bé, moltes gràcies, Jordi.
Thank you very much, Jordi. Thank you very much, Mariana, Paul, and Luis. Now, we still have a couple minutes. I know everyone's a bit tired, but I would encourage all of you to ask questions of our panelists. We have someone there in the back. Could we bring the person a microphone, please? Hello and good afternoon. Thanks for all of your interesting proposals and presentations. The whole day has been interesting. A lot of positive contributions have been made. Today, we've heard a bit about the role of the far right. Could you introduce yourself, please? My name is Miquel Marin. I'm a citizen, a friend of Esquerra Republicana, and I'm interested in the possible alternative to the overall left. That's why I'm here today. So we've been speaking about different topics that have to do with human rights and rights within the EU. And we have somewhat glossed over the role of states. Jordi has mentioned this, as have a few others. I think that the left, if it wants to offer a true alternative to a global world, if it doesn't put states' power in crisis as an important figure of power that can be infiltrated by people with doubtful human capacity, as they are people who make decisions with a significant lack of empathy, and we all know that empathy is one of the lack of empathy is a sign of psychopathy. Putin should not be allowed to invade anyone, nor should Trump. No state should have the capacity to oppress any other population inside their borders or out. That is inadmissible in a global world. We must turn this around and make this problem an opportunity for improvement. If the left does not offer a global outlook in this way, fascism, which forms part of the structures of states because they are embedded inside states, and the far-right violent groups are working hand in hand with the police in many countries. If we don't consider this power of the states and come up with an alternative, we may talk all we want about climate change. We may talk all we want about social rights. We may talk all we want about the right to housing, but we need global overall coherence, cohesion. Those of you who are in charge of these things, come up, please, with an overall global alternative. Okay, so that was a very well thought out remark, but not a question. So let's go through the rest of our people who have raised their hands, and then we will answer. Let's ask have four questions. Adam Price, please.
I thank Mariana in particular for focusing our minds on what I think is a crucial question, which is who is us and who is them, or who are they, and who should we ally with? My question is whether we, in order to defeat fascism, we need to build a popular front for the 21st century. And if I could just give a little bit of context to understand my reasoning behind the question. The left got this question completely disastrously wrong in the 1930s. So in Germany, communists literally fought socialists, social democrats on the streets of Germany. They called them social fascists and said there was little difference really between them and the actual Nazis. By 1935, when the communists realized their mistake, it was too late. As a result of that, of course, the idea of the Popular Front was born and led to the creation of the Popular Front government in France and here within the Spanish state as well, and also within Catalonia and the successful joint alliance in January 1936. Just over a year later, here in Plaza Catalonia, on the 3rd of May, the forces of the left divided. The anarchists on the one side and Esquerra, our hosts, the United Socialist Party of Catalonia and the Communist Party fighting each other on either side of the Ramblas. It went on for several days, but the real legacy of that was that the Republican governments here in Catalonia and in the rest of the Spanish state never again were able to recover their unity. So my question is whether we do need a popular front, and that does mean working with people that don't share the same radical socialist transformational values that you and I share, Mariana. But the reality of it is, if we are facing an existential threat of fascism, like we did in the 1930s, the radical parties here are not going to be enough at this point to mount the defense of democracy that we need. So don't we need to learn the lessons of our own history and create a new popular front?
Moltes gràcies, Adam.
Thank you very much, Adam, for that thought and question. I think we have a few more from Colombia.
Vale. Buenos días.
Hello, I'm Jose Ferrando Figuera from Colombia, Humana, in Catalonia. I want to congratulate you for this space and this meeting and the important reflections we have made. And point zero, I want to talk about the situation in Colombia. You know that in Colombia, not only because of the elections, but the magnificent country we have there, too, we have things that don't happen elsewhere. So the academic and political aspects are very interesting in Colombia. So I have two questions. The first is, what is the role, how do we isolate those anti-democratic values? We have seen techniques to isolate the far right or make them visible. And when, the prohibition of far-right parties is not recommendable. So how do we explain that this isolation or those red lines we place for the extreme right, are they effective to defend democratic rights? And the second question is related to democratic rights. We have seen that we are in a democracy, we want to defend it, improve it. But this democracy, what is the content, its content? Do we have to go beyond the current content and evolve? So what does this democracy mean? We are defending a democracy where we have parties that are financed by private funds, that have foreign funds, multinational companies. We are defending a freedom of expression that also is used by those who have the communication media in their hands. So we have to evolve towards a new content. We are talking about a freedom of expression, but what type of expression? So we have to see if this is the time when the progressive left can advance forward and redefine and give them their nature, define their transformative nature, their new nature, so that people will trust again and go against the populists, because we need to find the new nature of the left. Thank you very much. I would like to give each panelist 2 minutes. Sorry, I think we have just a couple more words from the floor before we ask the panelists to answer. I will try and be brief. We were talking about rights, we have talked about inequalities, and we have talked about gender inequality. And I have a question that is objective. And I think the massive entry of feminist women in politics, do you think that could help rescue or improve the defense of rights? And since and to stop the rise of the far right, and also confront disinformation? Okay, so that is my question. Okay, so now I will give each panelist 3 or 4 minutes to respond to whichever of these 4 questions. Jordi, if you would like to start.
Interventions were quite similar on the need to have a sort of popular front from progressive parties. My answer is definitely yes, and I want to thank Adam for his knowledge about history in Catalonia. It was indeed, like you explained, what happened in the 30s in other places around Europe also happened here, 50 meters away from here, as you said. I'm willing to discuss whether the European Central Bank has to be independent or not, or whether hedge funds are entitled to own housing and properties or not. That's the normal debate that we have to have. But I am not willing to concede on fundamental rights, on democracy, on collective rights. And I'm sure here the different sensitivities in the left, we all agree. We will have our, nuances and discussions on other things, but on these core issues about rights, about freedoms, and about democracy, we have to stand together, united, against the neo-fascist and the far right. So there is clearly a need, from my point of view, of building up this popular front in the 21st version, let's say, of it. Cordón sanitario a la extrema derecha. Yo creo que hay que hacerlo aquí en Cataluña.
I think that here in Catalonia we have Vox, the far right, in the government. But what is our strategy for the extreme right? Like Professor Viñas was saying, we have to understand the complexity of the far right and how they adapt to the current context. I think to have a healthy is un cordón sanitario. We have to have a cordón sanitaire, a kind of, we have to defend ourselves. But why are people attracted by the far right? We have to understand that. And with respect to the weaknesses of democracies, where you have parties financed by multinational companies and private interests, well, you have I understand that in a democracy, if you want to be a president, you have to be a multi-millionaire. You have to get funds from the big fortunes, and you have to say to the arms industry, don't worry, you will continue to sell arms. So this is a weakness, because this is not real democracy. So I think from the left, we have to fight for a real democracy that works, that is not elitist, and that is not catering to the interests of the big corporations. And so the entry of women and the struggle against the far right, I think that we have taken a big step forward, because it's a matter of fairness and equality. I think that we have to fight movements that are authoritarian and, that have a lot of bravado in them, and compared to the traditional way that men used to fight against this war. Mariana, you wished to say something?
Answer to the question, Adam's question. I think the feminist movement is the biggest threat to the extreme right wing right now. And they are afraid of the feminist movement, and at least in Portugal, is the only true social movement existing in the moment, is the feminist movement. and some environmental movements as well, but mostly feminist. So I think there we have the answer to the future of our radical parties and our struggles and to the struggle against extreme right. I'm truly convinced of that. Should we create a front or not? Depends. Depends on the country, depends on the time. And it depends on the type of alliances we make. Let me give you Portugal as an example. Should we have an agreement with the Socialist Party so the Socialist Party can be government when we are living a situation of troika and right-wing, not extreme right-wing, just right-wing and the destruction of social rights? Yeah, I think we should have done the agreement. Now we have an extreme right-wing with 8% of the votes. Should we support the Socialist Party and its neoliberal policies just because there is an extreme right-wing with 8% of the votes? No. For one reason, because if we keep supporting the neoliberal policies of the Socialist Party, the extreme right-wing will grow and won't have an alternative, because we won't be an alternative because we will be supporting the Socialist Party. So, and this is the problem. Who can fight Trump, Hillary or Bernie? We can pretend that we can make a front, and that front will be around those neoliberal governments and policies. But Biden won't fight Trump. AOC maybe. But Biden won't fight Trump. The problem is those policies that we think we can build a front of are the same policies that are feeding fascism. So we need to be careful. Of course, we need to have allies. And of course, in moments in time, we need to know when to have commitments and agreements. And I'm all in favor of that. And we have done it in my party. But we need to keep in mind that we are the alternative to fascism, and neoliberalism is the problem. And if we disappear because we start supporting Macron in order to avoid Le Pen, we are already losing. Because Macron cannot fight Le Pen. Mélenchon maybe. So this is the difficult questions we need to pose ourselves, and knowing that there are no right answers. It depends on the moment, and on the country, and on a specific situation.
Thank you. Thank you, Mariana. I will ask you to be as brief as possible. Please, if you have something to add, Paul.
Yeah. So I will be brief. So I agree that we do need a popular front. I do think we need to ensure it's progressive, but I think that's possible. But the idea that we'd repeat the mistakes of history would be absolutely disastrous. My solidarity to our comrades in Colombia. I was there in Bogota with Justice for Colombia just 3 years ago, and I saw firsthand the horrors inflicted on working people and trade unionists in particular. Your question is fundamental. The task for all of us on the left is not just to talk about democracy, but to deepen it and widen it. So we need to have conversations about how we democratize the workplace, how we build community wealth building across local communities, local democratic control, how we use state resources to buy services in an entirely different way, to ensure that trade union rights are respected, to ensure that workers actually get a living wage. We can fundamentally change how the state does business by deepening democratic control, and I think that's fundamental to what we need to achieve. I think that'll do. Oh, sorry, to answer the question of feminism, absolutely, it has a crucial role to play. And can I just say that the repeal referendum in Ireland, when we finally rolled back the ban on abortion, was without doubt the most amazing campaign I've ever worked with, and we saw feminism at its very critical leading role there, and it built a campaign, it built a popular front, in fact, that secured victory against the odds. So feminism has an absolutely crucial role to play, and of course, as a member of Sinn Féin, I'm immensely proud that not just our president, but our deputy presidents are both female, and we are very much leading in the way in terms of equality.
Okay. Luis, very brief.
Yes, Adam described the appalling tragedy of the left in Germany in the 30s, Spain and Catalonia also in the 30s. Obviously, that should not be repeated. We're now in the 21st century. I hope we've moved on from that appalling and dreadful sectarianism, which has all kinds of explanations which we don't need to go into. But one thing I'm positive about here in the case of Catalonia, I mentioned it when I talked about social movements, we have been able to mobilize massively in a non-sectarian way, so that the anti-NATO movement, the anti-Iraq war, all of those, and a concrete result, we had a 70% vote against NATO here. We have that capacity to do that without being hijacked by political parties, because one of the risks of these movements is that they are hijacked by actually quite small, very active parties. This hasn't happened here. So far, I think we've managed to avoid that. And in that sense, it's quite popular frontish, because we've avoided it. And managed to get on together despite major differences. Temes de desigualtats de gènere, estic totalment d'acord amb el que s'ha dit.
Gender equality, I fully agree with what you have said, and the entrance of women into politics here, I fully agree with that as well. But there is one issue, and that is that gender inequality is not just a formal thing. We've formalized inequality in rights, but there are subtle dynamics, micro male chauvinism, all kinds of things like that, that make women's work more difficult in politics. Power and the distribution of power in family affairs, all of these things, they haven't been resolved. It's a slow process, and I think it's being done from Esquerra Republicana, a very important task of unmasking the problems that are not just formal, problems that are subtle, that are difficult to solve. Okay, thank you for that.
Okay, so we have a final round of questions from the floor. Thank you. Thank you to everybody. I have a specific question for Jordi. So, regarding the resolutions in favor of fundamental rights in countries outside the European Union and not inside the European Union. So the European Union passes all these resolutions regarding fundamental right violations outside the European Union, and they use third countries you know, and they want to create this Europe, which is a fortress. So is there a way we can get rid of this contradiction? And then here we have another question from the floor. Okay, so so that was. Then we have another question. Okay, so the other two questions from the floor were in the line of the question posed to Jordi just now. Okay, Jordi. I have a question for Mariana for her expertise in financial matters. She has no ha hablado del todo el entramado
basat a Londres, i això.
And although housing is very important, to meet your fiscal duties, you know, of the big financial companies, they have made fools not just of the European Union but the world over, and that is a frustration for everybody. So I will give the floor to Okay, Mariana's going first.
It is true. So the way the tax system is built is the states are not willing, are not capable of getting money they need and resources they need because taxes are not paid in Europe or in our countries. But that happens because our governments want that to happen. So if Ireland was not an offshore in Europe, or the Netherlands or Luxembourg, if Portugal didn't have the rules it has, maybe this wouldn't happen. So it's not only these, you know, interspace offshores that we cannot control. We are in control of that. And just to give you an example, in Portugal, we cannot get our government to eliminate tax benefits on investment funds and rich foreigners that buy houses in Portugal. Less so to tax the rich that have houses. We cannot even eliminate the tax benefits of the so-called progressive left government in Portugal. So we have a lot to do, and part of it concerns fiscal tax policy, and we need to start from the beginning. There are several proposals, but right now, in my country, we need to eliminate all these holes in the law that allows international funds or high net worth individuals to buy houses in Lisbon or in Porto or whatever and not pay taxes for it.
Gràcies. Jordi.
Sí, pel que fa a la pregunta de l'Helena.
With respect to Elena was saying regarding the violation of human rights outside the European Union and the I think in the matter of immigration, I think that the countries that do not respect human rights, like in Libya, that was a huge scandal, that the atrocities that were committed in the refugee centers in a country which was a failed state and in a civil war, and the European Union left them with the refugees. So there was no respect of fundamental rights there. And then another very fundamental question. We are working, the European Union is working on watching over European companies to go abroad, work abroad, and to protect human rights. They have a draft proposal on the diligence of European companies abroad, and this is related not just to the respect of the fundamental human rights and social rights, but also the environment. European companies in their operations abroad cannot degrade the environment. Now, this is something that is happening every day, and we have to be aware of it. And now I would like to ask for your applause for our panelists. And without further ado, so thank you to our panelists. And I would like to call on our Secretary General, Joint Secretary General of Esquerra Republicana, Marta Vilalta, to take the floor.
Bé, ens acostem al final d'aquesta primera edició.
And we now are approaching the end of this first Catalonia Progressive Forum, and we will do so with Marta Vilalta, our Deputy Secretary General of Esquerra Republicana. But first, I would like to acknowledge the 14 political parties represented here in this progressive forum, and they have all reached agreement on a joint declaration, which I will now read, and I will ask the delegates of the signatory parties, those that are still here, some have had to leave, I will call you one by one, and I would ask you to come up and sign the declaration on behalf, in the name of your party or organization. I will read it in English, as it has been written in English, so here we go. And it is called
On the Defense of Democracy. In the midst of the 21st century, our democratic systems face challenges and onslaughts from both within and without, threatening their integrity and eroding the quality of the institutions and of democratic governance. Alongside this democratic regression, we are seeing significant erosion of fundamental rights and freedoms through increasingly restrictive legislation and practices. This backsliding is coupled with an ever-weakening rule of law, with dangerous politicization of justice. Rising inequalities and declining social cohesion caused by decades of neoliberal policies have led to an increase in individualism that makes any response based on collective action difficult. Disinformation strategies and the ever-shrinking space dedicated to civil society also enfeebles essential public and democratic debate. Furthermore, the lack of response and proposals from many political parties, including from the traditional left, to meet all of these challenges, along with the assumption of the right's storytelling and policies, have together created the ideal conditions for the far and extreme right to grow and gain support among the alienated in a poorly cohesive society. In the face of these threats, and after debating how to defend our democracies through progressive and internationalist positions in the mid-21st century, the signatories declared the following commitments to the defense of democracy. First, we shall not allow any backsliding regarding the democratic and social conquests gained through years of struggle. Social Europe must be defended by conquering further citizens' rights. Democratic transformative processes throughout the world shall receive our support. Second, our fight for democracy and its defense requires cohesive and inclusive societies with high levels of education for our citizens, with transparency and honesty of political representatives and in government, as well as the exercise of active citizenship by the society as a whole. Third, there can be no full democracy if there is no effective equality between men and women, if there is any discrimination whatsoever, if there is not full social justice and a symmetric relationship between the global north and the global south. Fourth, democracies must be able to provide democratic outcomes for the demands of self-determination of the peoples. We thus reject the repression and criminalization of legitimate and democratic political movements. Fifth and final, we shall jointly coordinate contention of the growth of the far right and populism in our respective countries and global regions, offering the people an alternative that will address the causes of social discontent with specific measures to improve living conditions and the dignity of all our citizens. So, I think, crec que aquesta declaració...
I believe that this Barcelona Declaration perfectly sums up just a few of the opinions and positions that have been expressed throughout the different roundtables of this first running of this progressive forum, and a few of the opinions and beliefs that those of us who signed it are committed to carrying out. So I will call one by one the representatives from the different parties and organizations who will sign in the order that I call you. I'm not sure what the criteria was for preparing this list, but this is the list. Starting with the Scottish National Party. Christian.
Don't worry, it's not a blank check. Seguidament tenim Syriza, però el seu representant ha hagut de marxar, també signa la...
The representative from the Swiss organizations had to leave. Unión por la Esperanza from Ecuador.
Lo añadiremos.
I belong to Citizen Revolution. Yes, we will mention that.
Gracias, compañeros.
Gracias. Gracias a todos.
Thank you, comrades.
Next is Sinn Féin. Paul, please.
Thank you. Cheers.
Plaid Cymru, Adam, please. Bloco d'Esquerra, Mariana. Unión Patriótica. Colombia Humana. Die Linke, bitte. Bloque Nacionalista Galego. Euskal Herria Bildu han hagut de marxar, però també signen la declaració.
Euskal Herria Bildu has had to leave, but they will sign the declaration. TP has also had to leave, but they're also signatories. Bloc Québécois. Québécois, excuse me.
Se t'ho juguen portant darrere de la càmera. I Esquerra Republicana.
Bé, bona tarda, companys i companyes. Ara...
Good afternoon, dear colleagues, dear comrades. This is the official ending of the Catalonia Progressive Forum. And first, or in the last place, we must say, we say it from the bottom of our hearts, thank you for your participation. Thanks to all of the organizations who have come to Barcelona and who have accompanied us and made possible this project that we imagined months and months ago. This first running of the Catalonia Progressive Forum. This is a space that is key to forge broad alliances with organizations from different countries that follow different traditions but share goals, share challenges, spaces that are useful to debate, to reflect together precisely on how to respond to the shared challenges that we have in Catalonia, in the Catalan territories, and each of your countries in Europe and around the world. Before I continue, allow me to convey a very warm greeting on behalf of the Secretariat General of Esquerra Republicana, of Marta Dravila, who is unfortunately unable to be here as she is in exile, and she is in Geneva as a result of the Spanish state's repression, but she herself, Marta Dravila, is the clearest example that we will not be stopped by repression. Repression cannot stop a movement, a project with the strength of that of Esquerra Republicana, just like the strength of all of your projects represented here today. So a very warm greeting on behalf of her to all of you. And before I continue, let me express my special thanks to the organizers, all the people who have worked to make this meeting possible, this first running. Thanks to them, it has all turned out very well. So thanks to all of you who have worked behind the scenes to enable us to debate in the best conditions in this space that we will ensure continues, and that it continues to be a regular meeting among all of us who have met here together this weekend. As we said yesterday, and as we said all day today, we are at a turning point. A turning point for democratic systems of Europe and the entire world. A turning point in which our solidity of our systems is being put to the test, of our democratic systems. One thought I'd like to share with you is that in any time of difficulty, of complexity, of threats, such as now, such as those that we've been speaking of all day, threats such as authoritarianism, male chauvinism, structural threats, fascism, the rise of fascism, threats such as populism, threats such as racism. In any time of complexity, difficulty, challenge such as these, they always come with opportunities. That is what is most important to remember, and that is why we are here today, not just to identify these complexities and difficulties, but to turn them into opportunities to change and transform this reality. And that is why we are here, to overcome these fears and transform them into hope. We heard about hope this morning, to provide an alternative of rights to those who only try to violate rights, to those who are only authoritarian. Our alternative is more rights, more democracy, more usefulness to transform the lives of our citizens and overcome these threats or turn these threats into opportunities. That is the history of Izquierda Republicana, this political organization that is happy to host you over these past 2 days, a political organization, Izquierda Republicana of Catalonia, with a 90-year history committed to the Republican values of equality, freedom, and brotherhood, solidarity. But what we defend, precisely because of those values, is the construction of a Catalan Republic, of a new country that has at its base rights, freedoms, and social justice. A political organization, Izquierda Republicana, that throughout its over 90 years of history has fought tirelessly against fascism from our origins until today. These Republican values of feminism, of social justice, of the ecological transition, the green transformation, the defense of democracy and human rights permeate throughout all our political action every day, our civic commitment in the construction of free Catalan territories. But that solidarity is also expressed in our relations and actions vis-a-vis the rest of the world, all other countries. Universal values that we attempt to apply every day, whenever possible, to do politics, to be responsible. And let me praise politics at this time. We spoke of this morning. I will praise politics as we have the obligation, each and every one of us has the responsibility and the obligation to be useful, especially when citizens put their trust in us through the ballot box, when they put their trust in us for us to lead from governments, as we are doing from the government of Catalonia with our president, Pere Aragonés, when we can lead from local councils, when we can lead from parliaments. Our obligation is to be useful and to understand politics as a tool to transform reality, as a tool that also allows us to strengthen institutions, to make those institutions even more democratic. And being useful means providing solutions. It means being a true alternative, an alternative to those who have always been in charge, doing the same old thing for the same old people. Whenever we have the opportunity to lead, we must be useful to guarantee solutions that are different. That means education, social policies, fighting inequality, guaranteeing dignified life for all. That is the best way to be useful. To be useful and to be a true alternative to transform is the best way to fight the populism, to fight fascism. It is the best way that we have when we have the opportunity to be useful and demonstrate it every way we can. And that's why we do it wherever we can, where we have the capacity to act. We want to be the transformative left and guarantee rights and opportunities for all. And it is from our will to be useful, to guarantee rights, freedoms, and do things differently from how they've always been done, how we will build a Catalan Republic, how we will be free throughout the Catalan territories, because having a country, the instruments, and sovereignty is the best way to guarantee rights and opportunities for all. It is a project based on rights and democracy. And as I said at the outset, currently, democratic systems around the world are against the ropes. We've spoken a great deal about this. The Barcelona Declaration speaks of this. We've seen this as it has had to do with the pandemic, with the loss of democratic quality, with the restrictions on the freedom of expression, freedom of movement, as authoritarianism has grown. We see this in Catalonia. Unfortunately, we see it in Catalonia with countless examples of attacks on democracy, when we see For example, the case of the Pegasus espionage software, the biggest espionage case ever in our history. This violation of fundamental rights for so many people in this espionage case that doesn't just affect the pro-Catalan independence movement. It has affected worldwide many other people in many other countries. But the difference is in the response of the Spanish state. The Spanish state has not responded in any way to this violation of rights. The Spanish state has not given any response to us. They have shown through their actions that they can cross every democratic red line in the name of their objective, of their goal, i.e. the unity of Spain, even if that means trampling the rights of others, even if that means limiting the quality of their own democracy and lowering that quality. We see it every day. The Pegasus software, the Catalan gate, we see it, how the Spanish state continues to enact judicial proceedings against us. We see how our people are still in exile, and facing all this, our response is very clear. Rights and democracy. But the Spanish state, facing these requests for rights and democracy, they have only had one response: repression and more repression. And our response is the opposite: more rights, more democracy. The Spanish state has attempted and continues to attempt, and many of you see this in your own countries, has attempted using judicialization of politics, has attempted to win in the courts what they have not been able to win in the ballot boxes. That is why we know the solution all too clearly. The responses always come through rights and democracy, and also through alliances and complicities and synergies of all of us who have been speaking today and these days. Shared struggles, rights, democracy, alliances, complicity, and shared struggles, hand in hand, defending the consensuses in each of our countries, which in Catalonia are based on doing away with repression, with enacting an amnesty in our country, so no one else ever suffered the repression of a state, ever suffered judicialization and political repression, and consensuses that are also based on being able to vote. Consensuses around the ballot box. That is the universal language, the language of democracy, the ballot box. And let everyone decide by placing their ballot inside a box, decide on the future we want for our territory and for our people, i.e. the exercise of self-determination. That, in Catalonia, represents 70 to 80% of the entire electorate, of all citizens. These are the consensuses of our country, and the consensus of knowing that the political conflict between Catalonia and Spain will depend on politics, the logic of politics, by dialogue and negotiation. That, we know, is the best tool to democratically deal with Spain. Because if politics don't work, if dialogue and negotiation don't work, if being useful through politics doesn't work, and through democratic instruments doesn't work, the only thing that we'll be doing is contribute to rolling out the red carpet for the enemies of democracy, those who want to weaken our institutions, those who want to apply their authoritarianism and take over the democratic tools of control that exist in the world, in every country. And that is why we so deeply regret that the Spanish government is not taking every possible step to democratically solve the conflict between Catalonia and the state. They have not enacted any reforms or the separation of powers or the reform of the criminal code, as the Council of Europe and other European institutions have asked them to do, or any other structural change that they could have already begun to revert the policies of the Popular Party, of the right wing that was in power recently in Spain, or repealed any laws that limit fundamental rights of expression in demonstrations, the gag law, nor have they faced the corruption scandals of the Spanish monarchy. And when the parties who claim to be left-wing, when the governments who claim to be the most progressive in history, such as the Spanish government, such as the Spanish Socialist Party, when they are no longer useful, when these groups are no longer useful for citizens, as is the case in Spain, as is the case in the current Spanish government, that is when you open the door to populism. That is when you open the door to authoritarianism. That is when you open the door to the far right, when the governments that refer to themselves as the most progressive in history, as the current Spanish government does, when they must act, and they do the same thing as a right-wing party does, or other parties that have gone before have done, and they cannot present themselves as an alternative and show that things can be done differently, the consequence is that the right wins. That is utter logic. We must decry this, as we have done in this forum. We must decry it every day and present ourselves as a true alternative for things to change through politics, through alliances, through complicities of the left in Catalonia, in Spain, and Europe, and internationally. This is where our strength resides, and this is where we will continue to work and continue to persist. The path forward is constant, persistence, knowing that we are the alternative, that we can transform reality to become stronger and stronger. And this is done through complicities inside the Spanish state with the friends and companions that are here, but also at the international level, among all of you who have met here over the past 2 days. As we know, alliances and complicities with the rest of international and European organizations to defend rights, to defend freedoms, are essential to build the future that we imagine, to give this hope to our citizens. And we will win if we are capable of being stronger. And being stronger means generating complicities and alliances among all of us at the international level, which is what we have done. Weaving alliances, becoming stronger, and getting closer to the final victory and making reality all of our projects and overcoming all our challenges. So once again, congratulations. Once again, thank you for all your hard work day to day, but especially in this Barcelona Declaration, making the Barcelona Declaration possible for the defense of democracy, which, in our view, is the first building block to provide a determined response of the left to the discourse of hate, the discourse of cutting back on rights and freedoms, the discourse of dehumanization that the right and fascism and authoritarianism all want. I am sure that today, and every day, but especially today, we have worked and we have taken another step toward the victory that will signify the fulfillment of all of our political goals, which in the end is to build a better world of rights, freedoms, and democracy for all. I am sure we will prevail. And I wish each of you much luck. Thank you, and see you soon.